What if Harry Potter didn't survive the Chamber of Secrets, but transformed into something far more dangerous? After killing the basilisk, Harry awakens an ancient dark power that changes him forever. In this video, we explore the rise of Harry Potter as the Tenebrous Hawk. Like, subscribe, and share for more epic Harry Potter what-if stories.
The sword came down in a silver arc, and the basilisk died screaming. Its body convulsed so violently that the chamber itself seemed to answer. Stone trembled. Ancient carvings shed dust into the greenish air. The enormous serpent's skull struck the floor with a wet, thunderous crack, its coils smashing against pillars older than Hogwarts' memory. The echo rolled outward across the black water in the trenches and came back wrong, stretched, and distorted, as though the chamber were swallowing the sound and deciding whether to give it back. Harry stumbled with the impact. For one impossible second, triumph flashed through him. He had done it. He had actually done it. The basilisk's head sagged at an angle no living thing could hold. The sword of Gryffindor was buried deep through the roof of its mouth. Its yellow eyes, those horrible lantern eyes that had killed without touching, had already gone dull behind the blood Fawkes had torn across them. Ginny lay still by the statue's feet, but Tom Riddle had gone white with fury for the first time since stepping out of the diary. And then Harry felt the fang in his arm. The shock of it arrived not as pain at first, but as disbelief, cold and total. He looked down. A white fang as long as a dagger protruded from the flesh just below his elbow, punched through the sleeve of his robe, black blood slicking the cloth. For a heartbeat, he did not understand what he was seeing. It was too simple an image for what it meant. Then sensation caught up all at once, a violent, burning throb that shot up to his shoulder and down into his fingers. His hand spasmed around the sword's hilt. Tom Riddle saw the realization land and smiled. It was not the amused, polished smile he had worn all evening, the one like a page in a school portrait come to life. This one was smaller, colder. A smile from someone who had been irritated by inconvenience and now found the universe had restored itself to order. "Yes," said Riddle softly, almost kindly, "that would do it." Harry tried to pull the fang out and nearly blacked out. Agony flooded his arm. His knees hit the floor hard enough to jar his teeth. The sword slipped from his grip and clanged against stone. Across the chamber, Fawkes gave a sharp, distressed cry. Riddle turned, not hurried, not worried. He moved like someone who had already won and was now choosing the angle from which to admire it. "I told you," he said, stepping closer, "that Phoenix tears have remarkable healing powers, but they must be used before death, Harry, not after." Harry pressed his free hand over the wound. Hot blood seeped between his fingers. The venom was spreading with a speed that felt unnatural, not like poison entering a body, but like ink dropped into water. It didn't remain in his arm. It moved. It searched. He could feel it climbing inward, along veins, through muscle, into places that did not have names. Ginny, the thought came dimly, wobbling in and out of focus. Ginny was still on the floor. The diary was still there. Riddle was still real. He tried to stand and could not. Riddle crouched in front of him. It was obscene somehow, the neatness of him in this place. His school robes were unruffled. His dark hair fell in perfect order over his forehead. His face, under the carved stone sneer of Salazar Slytherin, looked almost gentle. "You know what's interesting?" Riddle asked. "People always imagine death as a shutting down, a fading, but magic at the end becomes very clear." His dark eyes drifted to Harry's scar. "Especially for someone like you." Harry stared at him through swimming vision. Riddle's gaze sharpened. "You've always carried more than you understood." The poison lurched deeper. Harry folded over with a strangled gasp. The stone beneath him seemed to tilt. His scar burned suddenly, brutally, a line of fire cutting across his forehead so bright it turned the chamber white for an instant. And in that instant he felt it. Not Riddle, something else, something inside him. It did not speak in words. It had no face, no shape, no voice he could describe. But it was there, curled somewhere behind the scar and beneath thought, and now it was awake. No. The sense of it was cold and hungry and afraid all at once. Not his own fear. Something older, meaner. The diary had been destroyed, almost destroyed, and the thing inside Harry had understood at last that the body carrying it was failing, it was trying to hold on, trying to feed. Harry had no language for Horcruxes, no way to frame what was happening. All he knew was that as the venom tore through him, another pressure answered from within, like a second wound opening behind his ribs. Something inside him was not dying with him. It was reaching into him, feeding on the collapse, taking what it could before the end. He made a sound that didn't feel human. Riddle's expression changed, not to pity, never pity, but to attention. "Well," he murmured, "that is interesting." The chamber darkened around the edges. Harry's fingers slipped in his own blood. He could hear the wet drip of it from his arm to the floor. Fawkes' wings beat once overhead, and the sound seemed impossibly far away. The carved face of Slytherin loomed over everything, mouth open into its eternal command. The venom climbed higher. The thing inside him gnawed deeper, and beneath both of them, under pain and fear and the pressure of death, something else shifted, not thought, not memory, not magic as Harry knew magic, older than that. It had no words because words were too new for it. It had no morality because morality belonged to creatures that had the luxury of safety. It understood only three things: territory, threat, survival, predator outside, predator inside, refuse. Harry's spine arched so hard his shoulders nearly left the floor. Riddle took one step back. The burning in Harry's arm became fire in every bone, not heat, alteration. A terrible internal pressure as if the shape of him had suddenly become optional and his body had noticed. His lungs seized, his jaw locked. His vision went black, then vision came back wrong. He saw the chamber in layers. Not darkness and torchlight, but currents. Heat bloomed from stone in old, faint seams. Magic poured from the ancient carved pillars like color in water. Green residue from centuries of Slytherin enchantments. Gold where Fawkes hovered in the air. A deep sick red where the diary lay cracked on the floor. Riddle himself shone with a hard, unstable brightness, too defined around the edges, like a person drawn in ink that had not yet dried into reality. Harry screamed. It came out as a jagged, tearing cry that split in the middle into something else, a note too low and too old for a bird and too sharp to be human speech. A hiss coiled through it. A word almost formed and died unborn. Riddle froze. For the first time since stepping out of the diary, Tom Marvolo Riddle looked uncertain. "What have you done?" he whispered. Harry would have laughed if he had been capable of breathing. His arm convulsed. The fang cracked free and clattered across the floor. Black blood ran down Harry's sleeve, but not as much as there should have been. The wound itself was changing. Skin drew tight around it, not healing, rearranging. A ripple traveled under the flesh of Harry's shoulders. His back split open into pain. Not literally, the skin did not tear. But something beneath it unfolded with such force that it felt as though his bones were becoming doors, and something caged behind them had decided it was done waiting. Riddle snatched up Ginny's wand. Harry did not see the motion happen in time. He felt it. Intent had texture now. The boy in front of him gathered himself to attack, and Harry's new senses caught the decision before muscle ever moved. The intent flashed around Riddle in a crackle of silver-green tension. Harry reacted without knowing how. He moved. One moment he was on his knees, barely conscious. The next he crossed half the chamber in a blur of black and gold. Riddle shouted, wand jerking upward, but Harry hit him before the spell fully formed. Claws, his claws, impossible, curved shadows tipped in gleaming black, raked across Riddle's sleeve and chest. Not deep enough to wound like a knife, deep enough to rip concentration to pieces. The half-cast spell shattered in a spray of green sparks that hissed out in the air. Riddle staggered backward, face transformed with genuine shock. Harry landed badly, half human, half not. One arm struck stone, and it was not an arm for a second, feathered, jointed wrong, too light and too fast. His balance should have gone. It did not. The chamber had become a field of lines and currents and threat points. He knew where everything was. He knew where Riddle's next move would come from before the boy himself had chosen it. This was wrong. This was impossible. This was happening. Harry's shadow stretched across the floor. No, not his shadow. Wings, not fully formed, not yet. Fragments of them, built of darkness, thickened into shape. Feathers along his shoulders drank in the sick green light from the chamber and returned none of it. Riddle actually looked afraid. Metamorphic reflex, he breathed to himself more than Harry. No, no, that's impossible. You're too young. Harry had no idea what that meant. He barely knew his own name. The pain had become distance, still there, immense, but no longer central. The venom that should have been killing him was being pulled elsewhere, seized, broken apart, fed into whatever ancient mechanism had awakened under the pressure of death. He could feel it happening with horrible clarity. Poison becoming fuel, fuel becoming alteration, alteration becoming form, not dying, changing. Fawkes circled once above him, crying sharply, not in triumph but alarm. The phoenix's gold fire brushed the air, and where it passed, Harry felt the excess venom around him burn away in a bitter, smoky hiss, as though the bird were stripping corruption from the very atmosphere. Riddle raised Ginny's wand again. Harry lunged. This time the movement came easier. Not human fast, other fast, a folding of distance rather than a crossing. One beat and he was near the statue, the next he was under Riddle's wand hand, striking upward. The claws caught fabric and skin. Riddle hissed and stumbled sideways, the image of him flickered. Not his body, the magic holding him there. For 3 seconds, Harry saw what the chamber saw. Riddle's manifested self as a pattern of diary-born enchantments, tied together by force of will, memory, and stolen life. Harry's claws had not cut flesh so much as disrupted signal. Static through a voice. Interference. Riddle felt it too. He looked at Harry then not as a dying schoolboy, not even as an obstacle, but as a category of danger he had not prepared for. "You," he said, and stopped. Harry turned toward the red stain of the diary, instinct, not reason. Something in him recognized the object as a threat source, a nest of the same wrongness as the predator inside his own core. The basilisk fang lay near his hand. Harry snatched it up. His fingers were no longer entirely fingers. Black feathering ran along the back of his hand into the wrist, disappearing under shredded cloth. His nails had lengthened into hooked points. The fang fit in that grip with terrible naturalness. Riddle saw the motion and shouted, "No!" Harry drove the fang down. The diary split with a scream not made by ink or paper. Black fluid burst from its pages in a fountain of shadow and memory. The sound that tore through the chamber was part human cry, part tearing metal, part something so old it made the serpent carvings along the walls seem young. Riddle convulsed as though the blow had gone through him instead. It had. The handsome certainty of his face cracked at last. "No!" Harry struck again. The fang punched deeper, ink and darkness boiled out. Riddle's outline came apart in ribbons of silver-green light, then in strips of smoke. His hands, his face, his body lost coherence all at once. His eyes locked on Harry's, not with hatred now, but with something worse, recognition. As if in that final instant he had understood not what Harry was, but what it meant that such a thing had happened to him. Then Tom Riddle was gone. Silence crashed down so abruptly it roared. Harry remained crouched over the ruined diary, breathing in hard, ragged pulls that hitched halfway into clicks and avian rasp. The fang was still in his hand. The chamber spun in widening circles of magic and heat. His heart beat too fast, too light. His bones no longer fit correctly inside his skin. He tried to stand. The form broke. It did not end gracefully. It collapsed. Feathers flashed along his arms and then dissolved. The half-spread darkness at his shoulders shuddered inward like smoke dragged through a keyhole. His vision lurched from magical spectrum back into ordinary sight, then flickered twice between the two, painfully. He dropped to both knees and caught himself with one hand on the stone floor. The fang clattered from his grasp. Human fingers, mostly. He stared at them, unable for a second to understand whose hand he was looking at. Across from him, Ginny Weasley coughed. Harry jerked his head toward the sound. She rolled weakly onto one side, color returning in patchy streaks to her face. Her eyelids fluttered. She looked dazed, frightened, and very much alive. "Ginny," Harry croaked. His voice sounded wrong, not dramatically, not monstrously, just layered. As though something deeper had spoken with him and only mostly stepped back at the last second. Ginny blinked at him in confusion. "Harry!" Fawkes descended between them in a wash of gold and red, landing lightly on a broken slab of stone. The phoenix tilted his head. He stared at Harry with unnerving intensity, black eyes reflecting torchlight like polished onyx. Birds should not have expressions. Fawkes did. What Harry saw on the phoenix's face was not fear. Not exactly. It was assessment, recognition, as if Fawkes were looking at something both dangerous and newly born. Harry looked down at his arm. The basilisk wound was closed, not cleanly healed the way phoenix tears might have healed it. Closed as if the flesh had sealed from the inside out under emergency orders and left the rest for later. Dark marks lay under the skin around the bite, thin branching shapes like feather barbs or veins filled with ink. They spiraled outward from the punctures in elegant, ugly lines. He touched them with trembling fingertips. Cold, not numb, just colder than the rest of him. Ginny pushed herself weakly upright. "Tom, where?" Harry turned to the diary's remains. The black ooze soaking the stone had already begun to evaporate into bitter smoke. The pages had collapsed inward into ruin. No sign of Riddle remained. "Gone," Harry said. Ginny stared at the wreckage, then at the dead basilisk, then back at Harry. Something in her expression shifted. "What happened to you?" Harry opened his mouth. Nothing came. Not because he was unwilling to answer. Because the answer itself seemed to slide sideways in his mind the moment he reached for it. The transformation was there, huge and undeniable, but it had not happened in words. The part of him that had done it did not intend to explain itself. When he tried to shape the truth into language, all he found were fragments. Pain, wings, darkness, Riddle's face breaking. He looked at Fawkes as though the phoenix might provide translation. Fawkes only watched. Harry swallowed. "I don't know." The words were honest. They felt inadequate anyway. Ginny struggled to stand and failed. Harry moved toward her automatically, then stopped halfway when a strange instinct yanked at him. Not suspicion, not hostility, just an abrupt awareness of proximity. He could feel Ginny's exhaustion like heat through fog. He could feel the fading residue of diary magic clinging to her skin like cold damp. He could hear, absurdly, the unevenness of her breathing and the sped-up rhythm of her heart. Too much. Everything was too much. He forced himself to keep moving more slowly this time. He crouched beside her and helped her sit upright. Her hand clutched his sleeve for balance and froze there. "You're freezing," she whispered. Harry hadn't noticed. Fawkes let out a softer note. He spread his wings once, and light filled the chamber in a warm pulse that drove back some of the heaviness in the air. Not healing, not exactly, but steadying. The statue of Slytherin loomed above them, blind and ancient. The chamber no longer felt victorious. It felt emptied. The great pressure that had sat over it for 50 years had been broken, and what remained was aftermath. Poison in the cracks, blood on the floor. A dead serpent large enough to become part of the castle's foundations if nobody moved it for 100 years. Harry's body began to shake. Delayed reaction, maybe? Or maybe the form had taken more out of him than he yet understood. His muscles felt threaded with wire. Every sound struck too sharply. Somewhere beneath everything else, far down in the place the other presence had been, he could feel movement, not a voice, not a thought, but a rearrangement. Something inside his magic had not returned to where it had been before. He did not know whether that should terrify him. It did a little. Ginny leaned against the stone and closed her eyes for a second. "I remember him," she said faintly. "Tom, I remember all of it." Shame flickered over her face. "I didn't mean you don't have to," Harry said quickly, her eyes opened. "He said things to me, he knew things, he made me think." She swallowed. "I thought he was my friend." Harry looked at the ruined diary and felt a pulse of cold anger, not hot and wild, but precise, predatory. The sensation unsettled him enough that he deliberately unclenched his hand. "It wasn't you," he said. Ginny searched his face as though trying to decide whether he really believed that. Before she could answer, a tremor ran through the chamber floor. Dust rained down from somewhere high above. Harry looked up. The pipe, the route out, they needed to move. He pushed himself upright and nearly fell again. Fawkes launched immediately from the stone and hovered in front of him, close enough that the beat of his wings brushed Harry's face with warm air. For one absurd second, Harry had the clear impression that the Phoenix was evaluating whether he was stable enough to remain vertical. "I'm fine," Harry muttered. Fawkes made a sound that suggested he disagreed. Ginny managed a breathless, half-hysterical laugh. "He likes you?" Harry wasn't sure that was the word for it. He bent to retrieve the sorting hat and the sword, then hesitated. The blade was spotless now, despite the blood and venom and basilisk ichor it had passed through. Ancient goblin-made silver caught the torchlight cleanly. Harry reached for it, and a flicker of memory stabbed through him, not his own, not exactly. A sensation of striking downward, of ending something, of territorial finality. It vanished before he could grasp it. He slid the sword into the hat and tucked both under one arm. Then he helped Ginny to her feet. She swayed hard against him. Harry took her weight, surprised by how easy it felt, not because Ginny was light, though she was, but because his balance had shifted. The center of himself no longer seemed located where it used to be. He compensated without thinking. Stance subtly changed, as though some part of him now understood leverage in terms of wings and talons and falling angles. Don't think about it. Not yet. Together they crossed the chamber floor. They gave the dead basilisk a wide berth. Up close it was even larger. The ruined head collapsed against stone in a grotesque crown of scales and bloodless white fangroots. Harry could not stop looking at the eye sockets. Even blinded, even dead, they seemed to carry the memory of looking. He felt no triumph when he passed it. Only kinship's ugly opposite. Predator had met predator. One had survived. That thought was so cold it startled him. At the base of the statue, Harry looked up toward the open mouth where the tunnel rose in darkness. It seemed much farther now than it had on the way down. Above them lay Hogwarts, the school, sunlight somewhere beyond stone, people, explanations. Explanations. His stomach turned. How was he supposed to explain any of this riddle? Ginny, the basilisk, the diary, that was already enough to sound insane. Add the rest, and it became impossible. He looked again at the dark feather mark on his arm. The thing that had happened inside him had been real. No fever dream could have left traces under the skin. But already it felt slippery in memory, a fact surrounded by fog. He remembered pain. He remembered seeing Riddle's attack before it happened. He remembered the feeling of air folding around him as if the chamber itself had become navigable in a new way. He did not remember choosing. Maybe that frightened him most. Fawkes circled upward toward the statue's mouth, then descended, caught a fold of Ginny's robe in one claw and Harry's sleeve in the other, and tugged. Transport, right. Harry tightened his hold on Ginny. She gripped his arm back with both hands. "Ready?" he asked. She gave a shaky nod. Fawkes cried out, a clear ringing note that bounced off the chamber walls and came back bright, and the world vanished in a burst of fire. For one instant, Harry was nowhere, not the ordinary wrenching sensation of flu or apparition, both of which he had only heard described. This was different, weightless and burning and clean. Fawkes' magic passed through him like sunlight through dark water, and where it touched the new shape coiled inside him, something there lifted its head in wary silence. Then stone returned, air returned. The hospital wing corridor did not appear around them. Fawkes brought them instead into a torchlit passage just beyond Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, where the castle seemed to exhale at their arrival. Ginny nearly collapsed with relief. Harry braced her. Somewhere ahead, voices shouted, running feet. People were coming. Harry leaned against the wall for one brief second, eyes shut. The castle felt different, not home exactly, not safe, but legible. Alive in layers. Hundreds of faint magical signatures thrummed through the stones above and around him, sleeping portraits, protective wards, distant wand work, the warmth of living bodies gathering in alarm. Hogwarts was no longer just a building. It was territory. The realization slid into place so naturally he barely noticed it. Ginny squeezed his arm weakly. "Harry!" He opened his eyes. She was watching him, pale and exhausted, and trying very hard not to look frightened of him. That hurt more than the fang had. He straightened. "We're here," he said. Footsteps thundered closer. McGonagall's voice rang sharp in the corridor. Someone cried Ginny's name. Fawkes settled on Harry's shoulder for a fraction of a second, just long enough for Harry to feel the phoenix's warmth against his neck, then launched upward toward the oncoming light. Before the adults rounded the corner, Harry looked once more at his arm. Dark feather barbs lay beneath the skin like a secret written in another language. He had gone into the chamber as a boy with a sword and no plan. He was leaving it as something he did not know how to name. And somewhere far beneath pain, fear, and exhaustion, another feeling opened its eyes. Not relief, not joy, recognition. As if some hidden part of him, older than words, had waited all his life for the moment, someone finally tried to consume him whole. Only so it could answer at last, by becoming the thing that would not be eaten. Harry woke to whiteness, the smell of clean linen, and the strange certainty that he had done something irreversible. For a few seconds, he did not know where he was. He lay still beneath stiff hospital blankets, staring up at the high canopy of the hospital wing bed while the world assembled itself in pieces. Sunlight slanted through tall windows. Someone nearby was breathing in a slow, regular rhythm. Glass clinked softly. Sheets rustled. The air carried potions, polished wood, and the sharp green scent of cut herbs drying somewhere in the room. Hospital wing, Hogwarts, alive. That last fact arrived with a jolt. Harry sat up too quickly, and pain flashed through him. Not the killing, liquid agony of basilisk venom, but a deep, structural ache, as though every bone in his body had been taken apart and reassembled while he slept. His vision swam. He caught himself on the bedframe and sucked in a breath. Immediately Madame Pomfrey materialized out of nowhere, or near enough to count. "Mr. Potter," she said sharply, pushing him back against the pillows with surprising force for a woman her size. "Unless you have taken it upon yourself to regrow your internal stability overnight, you will not be leaping about like a grasshopper." Harry blinked at her. She frowned down at him, brisk and severe and visibly exhausted. "There! That's better." Sensible people remain horizontal when they wake after nearly dying. Memory hit all at once. The chamber. Ginny on the floor, the basilisk's skull breaking under the sword. Tom Riddle smiling. The fang in his arm, the feeling of something inside him waking up because it refused to be eaten. Harry's hand flew to his left arm. The wound was gone. Not gone exactly. The skin below his elbow was whole, but there, beneath the surface, the marks remained. Dark filaments branching outward from the place where the fang had pierced him, delicate and unnatural, like black feather barbs pressed under pale skin. He touched them, cold. Madame Pomfrey's mouth tightened. "Do not pick at it." "What happened?" Harry asked, and his own voice sounded off to him, hoarse, lower than usual, carrying a faint roughness at the edges that had not been there before. Madame Pomfrey glanced at the mark, then away. "You survived a basilisk envenomation, which I would have preferred never to say in my professional life." She lifted a goblet from the bedside table and thrust it into his hands. "Drink!" Harry peered into it suspiciously. It smelled like burnt mint and copper. "All of it," she said. He drank. The potion scorched down his throat and settled hot in his stomach. "How long?" 20 hours since you were brought up," said Madame Pomfrey. "Miss Weasley woke before dawn. She is recovering perfectly well, though she has cried enough to set back 3 of my other patients from sheer agitation." Harry exhaled without realizing he'd been holding his breath. Ginny was alive. Riddle was gone. The basilisk was dead. All of that was true. And yet the certainty that something had changed in him sat like a second pulse under his skin. Madame Pomfrey studied him for a beat longer than usual. "The headmaster asked to be informed the moment you woke," she said at last. "As did Professor McGonagall, as did half the Weasley family. as did Mr. Weasley, who appears to have forgotten entirely that there are such things as visiting hours. Despite everything, Harry almost smiled. Madame Pomfrey turned sharply and swept toward her office. "Stay there!" He had no intention of trying to stand again, but as soon as she disappeared behind the partition, he looked around the ward anyway. It was mostly empty. A fourth-year Ravenclaw with his arm bandaged from wrist to shoulder was sleeping 2 beds away. Near the far windows, behind white privacy screens, someone coughed in their sleep. On the bedside cabinet beside Harry sat his glasses, a stack of folded robes, and the sorting hat placed neatly on top as though it had been returned to being an ordinary hat by sheer force of school routine. No sword, no sign of Fawkes. Harry reached for his glasses and put them on. The world sharpened too much. He froze. The hospital wing did not look the way it should, or perhaps it did look the way it always had, and Harry was the wrong one now. The light coming through the windows had texture. It was not just brightness, but bands of warmth across the floor, gradients along the curtains, faint halos around living bodies. The ward itself seemed layered with traces of old magic. Healing charms sunk into the stone, cleaning spells clinging faintly to bedposts, protective wards woven so finely through the walls that they resembled spider silk in morning dew. Harry blinked hard. The layers thinned, though they did not vanish completely. He stared at his hands, normal hands, mostly. A shadow of memory stirred, claws digging into stone, feathers spilling down an arm that was and was not his, the sensation of air moving like something tangible around half-open wings. The memory slid away before he could hold it. Footsteps approached, measured, unhurried. Dumbledore appeared at the end of the ward as if he had been there all along and the room had merely decided to notice. He wore deep plum robes scattered with small silver stars. His half-moon spectacles caught the morning light. Whatever relief he felt at seeing Harry awake was carefully banked behind his usual calm, but it was there all the same, softening the lines around his eyes. "Harry," he said gently, "Professor." Dumbledore drew a chair to the bedside and sat. For a moment he said nothing, simply looking at Harry with a gravity that did not feel like pressure so much as an offer. "Tell me what you can." "You gave us all a considerable fright," he said at last. Harry glanced down. "Sorry." One corner of Dumbledore's mouth lifted. "An unfortunate habit of yours, I find." The attempt at lightness did not erase what sat underneath it. Harry could feel the headmaster's attention like still water, deep, patient, waiting. "How much do you remember?" Dumbledore asked. Harry opened his mouth and found that was not a simple question. The chamber came back in fragments. The basilisk, Ginny, Tom Riddle's voice, the fang in his arm, the diary screaming as it tore apart. Fawkes' wings flashing gold through the dark. Then there were the other things, the internal burning, the sense of a predator waking under his own thoughts. The way Riddle's intentions had turned visible before his body moved, the shape of himself becoming uncertain. Harry swallowed. "Most of it," he said, because that was truer than saying all. Ginny had the diary. It was controlling her. Tom Riddle came out of it somehow like a memory but real. He said he was using her to get stronger. Dumbledore nodded once. "Yes." He made the basilisk come after me. Harry's fingers tightened on the blanket. "Fawkes blinded it. The sorting hat brought me the sword. I killed it." Dumbledore's eyes flicked briefly toward Harry's bandaged arm beneath the blankets, then back to his face. "And the diary," Harry remembered the fang in his hand, Riddle's outline buckling, the black fluid spraying across stone, instinct moving faster than thought. "I stabbed it," he said. "With one of the basilisk's fangs." "You did." Dumbledore's voice held a note Harry could not place. Relief, certainly, but something else too, thoughtfulness. "That was an exceptionally important action." Harry almost asked why, but another memory surfaced, Riddle looking at him not in anger but in recognition, and the question scattered. Dumbledore folded his hands over the head of his walking stick. "And after you were bitten," Harry went still. There it was, that dividing line. Before the fang, the story remained narratable. After it, language turned uncertain and thin. He could describe the venom, the pain, even the feeling of dying, perhaps, if pressed. but the center of it, that third thing, waking, refused to hold still when he reached for words. It was like trying to cup smoke in his hands. Harry stared at the blanket. "I remember it hurting." Dumbledore did not speak. "It spread really fast," Harry said. "And my scar was burning. I thought," he hesitated, "I thought something was wrong with it." "With your scar?" Dumbledore asked quietly. Harry nodded. It felt different. That at least was safe. True, but not the truth entire. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened very slightly. "Different how?" Harry frowned. "Like," he searched. "Like it wasn't just hurting, like there was something awake in it." Silence followed that. Not hostile silence. Not surprised, even, but a silence of great precision, as though Dumbledore had taken the sentence and set it somewhere important in his mind. "And then?" he asked. Harry's throat tightened. He remembered blackness returning as a spectrum of heat and magic. He remembered seeing Tom Riddle not as a boy, but as a pattern of hostile force. He remembered movement that felt less like deciding and more like falling into exactly the right shape for survival. He tried to say it. "I changed." The words reached the back of his teeth and dissolved. Harry blinked. He tried again. There was this, nothing, not nothing exactly, more like an invisible hand laid itself across the thought and pressed. Not painful. Final. The sentence collapsed before it became sound. A strange, instinctive caution rose through him, so deep and immediate it did not feel chosen. The secret was not one he was deciding to keep. It had been kept already, somewhere below conscious intent. Harry looked up, startled by himself. Dumbledore was watching him with unnerving stillness. "What is it?" the headmaster asked, and now there was no softness in the question at all, only care sharpened into focus. Harry swallowed. "I don't know." It came out rougher than he meant. Dumbledore considered him for a long moment. "You may take your time." Harry looked away. Heat crawled up his neck. "I can't explain it properly. It's like I remember what happened, but not in words. More like," he gave a frustrated exhale, "like a dream you can still feel after you wake up, only you can't tell anyone what it was." Dumbledore leaned back slightly. Something in his expression eased. Not because Harry had reassured him, quite the opposite, perhaps, but because the answer itself had the ring of something he recognized. "That," Dumbledore said softly, "is sometimes the nature of very old magic." Harry looked at him sharply. Dumbledore's face offered nothing more. He rose from the chair with a faint rustle of robes. "May I?" Harry realized he was looking at the scar on Harry's forehead. Yes." Dumbledore stepped closer and laid 2 fingers lightly against the skin just above the lightning bolt. His touch was cool. Harry expected nothing more than the awkwardness of being examined and perhaps the familiar twinge of the scar. Instead, a strange pressure moved through him, not legilimency. Not like Snape's brief, awful brushes during a clumency in some future Harry had not lived. This was subtler than that, diagnostic, almost musical. Dumbledore's magic touched the scar and listened. For one instant the world sharpened again. Harry felt the diffuse wrongness under his skin, no longer concentrated where it had once pressed hottest. Whatever had been lodged behind the scar now seemed thinner and wider, as if something dark had been dissolved into the whole of his magic rather than left in one place. It was weaker, but it was also everywhere. Dumbledore's fingers stilled. His eyes, magnified behind the half-moon lenses, went very old, then he withdrew his hand. "Has it pained you since waking?" he asked mildly. Harry touched the scar. "Not really." "Curious," Dumbledore murmured. Before Harry could ask what he meant, the headmaster stepped back. "You have been most helpful, Harry." That sounded like dismissal, but Dumbledore did not move away. He looked at Harry for another second, and for the first time Harry had the odd sense that the headmaster was not merely concerned for him. He was adjusting something in his understanding of him. "Rest today," Dumbledore said. "You need not concern yourself with the school's response. That burden belongs to the adults who ought to have prevented it." Harry stared at him. The admission landed heavily precisely because Dumbledore said it so quietly. After a moment, the headmaster inclined his head and turned away. At the end of the ward he paused, half in shadow, and said without looking back, "Should memory become language later, you may tell me then." Then he left. Harry sat very still. He did not know whether he was relieved or unsettled. Probably both. When Madame Pomfrey returned, she found him awake and staring at his arm again. "You boys always do this," she said, setting down another tray of potions. "Survive impossible things and then examine the evidence as though you can glare yourselves into understanding it." Harry looked up. "Did anyone else? Did they say anything strange happened to me?" Madame Pomfrey gave him a look so direct it almost counted as an answer. "The headmaster says you survived a basilisk bite, destroyed a dark object, and exhausted yourself beyond reason. That is already enough strangeness for one school year." She handed him a spoon and a bowl of broth. That was not a denial. Harry said nothing more. He was released from the hospital wing 2 days later into a castle that had changed and hadn't. Students filled the corridors with noise, rumor, relief, and the sharp restlessness of summer nearly arrived. Ginny Weasley was back on her feet, pale but recovering. Percy hovered. Fred and George did not, which somehow made their concern more obvious. Ron nearly cracked 2 ribs hugging Harry the first time he saw him. Hermione cried in a furious, disbelieving way that suggested she considered survival a personal affront if it had not been accompanied by proper supervision. Harry tried to be normal. That turned out to be difficult, not because anyone knew. Nobody did, or if they guessed, they had the mercy not to say so. The problem was simpler than that. The world had become louder. He heard things before he should. Footsteps around corners. The rustle of robes at the other end of hallways. The exact point at which someone behind him decided to speak half a second before breath turned to sound. Not constantly, he was not trapped in endless sensory assault, but often enough to keep him uneasy. Magic had changed too. He did not smell it, not literally. There were no scents in the air, no perfumes of spellwork. It was more like pressure. The way the atmosphere changes before a storm, he could feel enchanted objects before he touched them. He knew when teachers had cast spells in empty classrooms minutes earlier because the room still held the impression. He passed Filch's cupboard one afternoon and stopped cold because something old and resentful lingered under the door. Not Peeves, not Filch, something in the castle itself. He hurried on before he could think too much about that. At meals, he found his attention dragged not to conversation, but to windows, rafters, open space. He woke before dawn twice more in the Gryffindor dormitory with the disorienting conviction that he ought to be perched somewhere higher. He told no one, not because he sat down and made a brave, grim decision to carry the burden alone. The secrecy was quieter than that, smoother. Every time he thought about telling Ron or Hermione, some cold inner instinct went alert and still. Not no, never an argument. Simply a withdrawal, as if the creature buried inside him folded one dark wing over the thought until it stopped moving. So he wrote cheerful letters instead. By the time the Hogwarts Express carried him home for the summer, Harry had become disturbingly good at sounding ordinary on paper. Privet Drive in June was all clipped hedges, warm pavements, and smug order. The Dursleys met him with the sort of brittle civility they reserved for occasions when they suspected the magical world might still be watching. Uncle Vernon grunted. Dudley stared. Aunt Petunia's mouth pinched tighter than ever at the sight of Harry's trunk and owl cage. Yet the house felt different to Harry before he crossed the threshold, not different in any sentimental sense. It was still the same narrow, polished place full of resentment, but he could feel the emotional geometry of it now the way another person might feel a draft. Petunia's hostility sat cold and sharp around the front hall. Vernon's bluster pressed hot and dull. Dudley's moods skittered from room to room like dropped cutlery. The whole house hummed with the permanent strain of people who considered love a risk and fear a household management strategy. Harry had always known that. Now he knew it before anyone spoke. The first week passed in careful war. He did his chores. Ate quickly, stayed out of Dudley's way, answered only when spoken to. The Dursleys, who had spent years teaching him how to make himself small, seemed pleased by his new quietness without understanding it had changed in kind. Harry was not withdrawing because he felt beaten down. He was withdrawing because something in him had become observant in a colder, more patient way. He watched, He stored things. He noticed patterns. He also woke before dawn every morning. At first he blamed nightmares, but it was not fear dragging him out of sleep. It was momentum. He would surface into consciousness already alert, body angled toward the window, listening to the neighborhood breathe. Milk bottles clinking 2 streets over. A fox slipping between hedges. The first bird calls beginning in the trees before sunrise had fully arrived. Once, at 4 in the morning, he heard Mrs. Figg's front gate latch and knew with complete certainty that she was feeding the cats. On the 5th morning, he climbed onto the windowsill and stayed there until the sky paled. The position felt natural in a way nothing in Privet Drive ever had. Hedwig, sleepy in her cage, opened one amber eye and regarded him. "What?" Harry muttered. She clicked her beak once, deeply unimpressed, but later, when he let her out to stretch her wings, she did not fly straight off as usual. Instead, she landed on the bedpost, ruffled herself, and sidled closer to him than she had before, studying him with unnerving intensity. Harry held out an arm without thinking. Hedwig stepped onto it at once. Her talons bit lightly through his sleeve, not enough to hurt, just enough to anchor. She tilted her head and stared at the mark under his skin where the basilisk fang had entered. Harry stared back. "All right," he said. "That's a bit odd." Hedwig clicked her beak again, but this time there was no reproof in it, only acknowledgement. From then on, she treated him differently. Not more affectionate, exactly. Hedwig's affection had always been the imperial sort, granted on her terms and often accompanied by judgment. But there was a new ease to her nearness. She settled closer, stayed longer on his shoulder. Once, when Vernon bellowed for Harry downstairs, Hedwig flared her wings and fixed the bedroom door with a stare so fierce Harry almost laughed. It felt, absurdly, less like having a pet and more like sharing quarters with another watchful creature. By the second week, the changes stopped being deniable. Harry was in his room one evening sorting schoolbooks when Aunt Petunia shouted up the stairs for him to come scrub the kitchen. Nothing unusual there. What was unusual was the reaction. The sound hit him wrong, not just as irritation, but as a pressure spike, sharp and territorial. Something in him went cold, not angry. Anger was hot and human and often messy. This was cleaner. A fast inward stillness, the kind that comes before a strike. Harry rose too quickly. Pain snapped through his arms. He looked down. Feathers were pushing through the skin along the backs of his forearms. Not an illusion. Not metaphor. Real dark feathers, finer than he would have expected, matte black with a faint blue sheen when the light hit them sideways. They emerged in rippling lines from wrist to elbow, as though his body had found the old path again and was beginning to walk it. Harry stopped breathing. The room sharpened at the edges. Heat bled into color. Hedwig, perched by the window, blazed warm and gold against the cooler air around her. The metal bars of the cage retained the day's sunlight in dull orange strips. Through the floorboards, Harry could hear Petunia moving in the kitchen below, every step crisp and separate. Another shout came up the stairs. Harry forced himself still. He did not know how he knew what to do. He only knew that panic would make it worse. The same strange instinct that had kept the secret from his tongue now turned inward and guided him with merciless clarity. Stop moving, lower the reaction, breathe shallowly, do not push against the change. Let it recede on its own. Harry stood in the middle of his tiny room with one hand braced against the desk and obeyed. Slowly, the feathers withdrew, not all at once. They softened first, losing structure, then seemed to sink back beneath the skin like ink drawn downward through water. The thermal brightness at the edges of his vision dimmed. The sounds below the room blurred back into ordinary house noise. Within a minute, only the memory remained, along with a deep ache running from his shoulders to his fingers. He sank onto the bed. Hedwig flew to him immediately and landed beside his leg. For a while neither of them moved. Then Harry laughed once without humor. "Well," he said faintly, "that's definitely not normal." Hedwig rested her weight against his thigh as if this were a useful conclusion. He never came close to telling Ron or Hermione after that. He wrote both of them often. Ron's letters arrived messy and cheerful and full of Quidditch updates, family noise, and complaints about Percy. Hermione's were neater, fuller, and already half about next year's classes. Harry answered faithfully. He told them about Dudley sulking, about chores, about how dull Privet Drive was. He left out the dawn wakefulness. He left out the pressure of magic in the air. He left out the feathers. Twice he started the sentence anyway. Something odd happened after the chamber. Both times his quill stopped halfway through, and the rest of the thought simply would not continue. He sat there, staring at the ink, feeling foolishly betrayed by his own hand. In the end, he crossed the sentence out and wrote something else. The secrecy did not feel noble. It felt inevitable. That frightened him more than the transformation itself. Because if he was choosing this, he could undo it later. If something in him was choosing for him, that was different. Sometimes at night, once the Dursleys were asleep, and Privet Drive had settled into its timid suburban silence, Harry would sit on the windowsill with Hedwig and test the boundaries of his own body the way another boy might test a loose tooth. Not recklessly. Never enough to lose control. A shift in focus first, letting the room sharpen into heat and pressure rather than object and shadow. Then a little farther, the faint tension under the skin of his shoulders, the prickling line along the arms where feathers wanted to emerge. Once, only once, he let his eyes change far enough that, when he caught his reflection in the dark glass, they were no longer fully human. The irises pale and metallic, the pupils elongated, the whole expression far too still for a boy of 12. He stopped immediately. After that, he kept the window open. The air helped, so did altitude, or what little imitation of it his room allowed. He found himself sitting higher whenever possible. On the sill, on the narrow edge of the bedframe, on the garden wall when sent outside, balanced in places the old Harry would have considered awkward, and the new Harry found instinctively correct. He also began to notice magic outside Privet Drive. Mrs. Figg's house gave off a faint, threadbare residue he had somehow never sensed before. Not active spellwork, but association. Old brushes with enchantment. Once, passing the playground on an errand for Aunt Petunia, Harry paused because the summer air ahead felt wrong, thin, and stretched, like cloth caught on a nail. A minute later, 2 ministry wizards disapparated from behind a hedge to fix an accidental magical disturbance from somewhere nearby. Harry ducked behind a parked car before they could see him. He did not understand how he had known. He understood only that the world now warned him about itself. By August, that warning sense had become part of his daily life. It made Privet Drive more bearable and more alien at once. The Dursleys remained exactly as they had always been, but Harry no longer moved through their house as a helpless point being acted upon. He moved through it like something waiting out bad weather. Vernon's tempers became noise. Dudley's bullying read as hot, shallow bluster long before it reached him. Petunia, for all her cruelty, registered mostly as fear hardened into routine. The insight did not make Harry forgive them, it simply made them smaller. That, too, changed him. He spent longer stretches with Hedwig than ever before. When the nights were warm enough, he left her cage open and she roosted on the wardrobe instead of inside it. Some evenings, she would return from hunting and perch near him without fuss, both of them facing the same open window, quiet companions to the dark. Harry never told anyone this either, but those were the moments in summer when he felt least divided. Hedwig never seemed alarmed by the wrongness in him. She noticed it. He was sure of that. But where a human might have recoiled or demanded explanation, Hedwig merely accounted for it and adjusted. She preened his hair once after a near shift left him shaking. Another time, when he woke from a dream of falling through black air with wings he could not fully control, he found her already awake and staring at him with infuriating calm. "Don't start," Harry muttered. She hooted under her breath. Roostmate, some private corner of his mind supplied, and Harry had no idea where the word came from. It sounded right anyway. Then, at the end of August, the letter came. Uncle Vernon brought in the post with his usual expression of moral outrage and dropped Harry's Hogwarts envelope onto the table as though it were mildly infectious. Harry waited until after breakfast to open it, partly from habit, partly because the morning air had that charged quality it got before something changed. He carried the letter upstairs. Hedwig watched from the windowsill as he broke the seal. Inside was the usual school notice, book list, and a separate sheet for third-year subjects. Harry skimmed past the required texts, Quidditch reminders, and term dates until his eyes reached the electives: care of magical creatures, divination, arithmancy, Muggle studies, ancient runes. Study of ancient runes he corrected automatically because Hermione would. Harry read the list once, then again. Something inside him settled with soft, final interest, not excitement, not dread. Recognition. His fingers stopped over 2 subjects: care of magical creatures, divination. One of these will matter, he thought. The sentence arrived with a flat certainty that did not feel entirely like his own reasoning. It came from the same cold, instinctive place that had taught him how not to panic when feathers broke through skin, and how not to speak when the truth tried to reach his mouth. Harry stood by the open window, the letter in his hands, and looked out over privet drives, clipped lawns, and polished cars and small human concerns. The summer had not cured anything. It had only taught him the shape of what he now carried. Below the surface of ordinary life, beneath chores, letters, meals, and sunlight on suburban paving stones, something had taken root in him in the chamber and was not going away. Not darkness exactly, not corruption. Something older, sharper. A survival made into instinct and instinct made into form. Harry folded the course list carefully and slid it back into the envelope. Behind him, Hedwig gave a low, approving hoot. He looked over his shoulder at her. "You too!" She fluffed her feathers and turned one amber eye toward the sky beyond the glass, as if the answer were obvious. Harry faced the window again. Morning light lay pale across the world, and for one uneasy, lucid moment he felt the distance between what he had been and what he was becoming, not as a break but as a threshold. And somewhere deep inside, quiet as folded wings, something waited for school to begin. The day Harry left Privet Drive for his 3rd year began in heat, noise, and the ordinary indignity of being tolerated by the Dursleys only because magic had a schedule. Uncle Vernon drove him to King's Cross in a mood of theatrical annoyance, as though Harry had personally arranged the school calendar to inconvenience him. Dudley had been left at home after some argument about new trainers. Aunt Petunia had not come at all. None of this mattered very much. Harry spent the drive half listening to Vernon complain about traffic and half watching the city through the window with the prickling awareness that always came before transition. He was going back. The realization sat differently than it had in previous years. In the past, returning to Hogwarts had meant escape from Privet Drive, from hunger, from smallness. It had meant friends and meals and a bed that belonged to him for 10 months of the year. This time those things still mattered, but there was something beneath them now, something older and quieter. The same buried instinct that had watched the Dursleys all summer with patient stillness now turned its face toward the castle he could not yet see. Not home, exactly, not safety. A place of power, of structure, of old stone and hidden movement and air high enough to move in. A place where the strange new senses in him had first begun to learn the shape of a world larger than cupboards and polished kitchens. Vernon hauled Harry's trunk onto the pavement outside King's Cross and grunted. "Well, get on with it, then." Harry nodded. "See you in the holidays." Vernon looked as though he would have preferred not to. Then Harry was alone in the crowd with Hedwig in her cage, his trunk rattling behind him, and the familiar station noise swept over him in waves. Announcements, wheels on tile, children whining, adults rushing, the pulse of trains coming and going. It should have been only sound. Instead it arrived layered, dense with movement and intention. Harry could feel where attention gathered and where it scattered. He could feel magic too, faint but distinct, little clusters of it hiding in plain sight among the Muggles. A family hurrying too casually toward the barrier, a witch with her hair disguised as a perfectly ordinary hat, a tiny burst of restrained enchantment from someone's overstuffed suitcase. He found the Weasleys before he saw them. Warmth, laughter, a bright familiar pressure in the air that felt like sparks contained in a kettle. Then came voices, Fred, George, Mrs. Weasley calling instructions to 3 people at once, Ron protesting something in a tone that already suggested embarrassment, Hermione answering someone crisply. Harry smiled despite himself and changed direction. Mrs. Weasley spotted him first. "Harry, dear." The welcome struck him harder than he expected. For a brief second, all his new instincts, sharpened by summer and secrecy, had no answer at all for simple kindness. It left him oddly unsteady. He managed, "Hi." Ron came charging over, red hair a mess, one sleeve half untucked, scabbers apparently stuffed into his pocket. Hermione followed more quickly and with greater balance, though the brightness on her face at seeing Harry was no less genuine for being better controlled. For a few minutes, everything was normal in the old way. Questions, summer complaints, Mrs. Weasley fussing over whether Harry had eaten, Fred and George making some joke at Percy's expense, Ginny lurking closer than she had the year before and flushing pink whenever Harry looked her way. Percy being Percy. If any of them noticed Harry had grown quieter over the summer, they did not say so. But Scabbers noticed. Harry became aware of the rat before he consciously registered why. Ron was talking about how awful Percy had been all August when something hot and frantic twitched at the edge of Harry's new senses. His gaze dropped automatically to Ron's pocket. Scabbers was trying to climb out, not wriggling in the lazy, irritable way Harry had seen before. Struggling. Tiny claws snagged on the fabric as the rat pushed upward in abrupt, panicked jerks, his whole body taut with a fear that felt too large for him. Ron shoved him down absently with 2 fingers. "Pack it in!" Harry kept looking. There was something not visible, not exactly, not yet, but wrong. The rat's little body carried a second texture under the first, a pressure that did not match fur or bone or common animal life. Harry could not have explained it if anyone had asked. It was like looking at a badly mended tear in cloth and sensing the original pattern beneath the patch. "Harry." Hermione's voice snapped him back. "What? You're staring," she said. Harry looked away from Ron's pocket. "Sorry, thought Scabbers looked ill." Ron snorted. "He always looks ill." That was true enough that nobody pursued it. But as they made their way through the barrier to platform 9 3/4, Harry found himself glancing back at the pocket every few seconds with the unfocused attention of an instinct trying to finish a thought. The platform was crowded and gleaming red beneath the arching smoke. The Hogwarts Express waited with its usual air of vast, patient certainty, windows bright, engine sighing. Owls shrieked. Cats wove through ankles. Parents issued last warnings and last embraces. Somewhere down the platform, Lee Jordan shouted that someone had pinched his tarantula again. Harry drew in a breath. Coal smoke. Hot metal. Owl feathers. Spell residue on the polished train doors. Damp steam against skin. The electric bustle of hundreds of young witches and wizards packed into a single place. The magical pressure of it all pressed pleasantly against his senses, not overwhelming but rich. He had not realized how starved he'd been for it until now. Then a thread of cold moved through the crowd like a rumor. Harry turned sharply, nothing visible. No person approaching, no obvious spell. Just a brief thinning in the air, a place where warmth did not hold properly. The sensation vanished a second later, swallowed by platform noise. "Harry," Ron said again. "You coming?" Harry nodded and boarded. They found a compartment with only one occupant, a shabby-looking wizard asleep by the window, his patched robes a little too worn, his face lined with exhaustion. A small, battered case on the luggage rack above him bore the name Professor R.J. Lupin in peeling letters. Ron stared. "A teacher?" Hermione immediately looked interested. Harry looked once at the man, then twice. At first there seemed nothing unusual beyond poverty and fatigue. Then the new senses in him, sharpened by motion and proximity, picked up the layering under the surface. Human magic, yes, tired, disciplined, worn thin at the edges by repeated strain. But beneath it lay something older and rougher, banked deep and held under control by habit rather than comfort. It felt like a forest under winter snow, like teeth hidden under skin. Harry looked away before the impression could become rudeness. They settled opposite Lupin. Hermione began talking at once about elective schedules and the probable overlap between arithmancy and ancient runes. Ron groaned. Harry listened with half an ear and watched the countryside slide into motion outside the window once the train pulled away. The compartment door rattled open and shut as the trolley witch passed, as students poked heads in, as noise rose and settled around them. For a time it was easy to believe the year had begun normally. Then the weather changed. Rain came first, sudden and hard against the glass. The sky darkened too early. By mid-afternoon, the train had slowed several times for no reason anyone inside the compartment could explain. Hermione speculated about track conditions. Ron ate a second chocolate frog and said it was probably Percy's fault somehow. Lupin slept on, or appeared to. Harry's attention frayed and sharpened by turns. He kept feeling Scabbers. Not looking at him, though he did that too, but feeling the rat's distress pulse from Ron's pocket in ugly, frantic bursts. Twice Scabbers tried to climb free again. Each time Ron shoved him back with mild irritation. "Something's got into him," Ron muttered. Harry almost said yes. Instead he said, "Maybe he doesn't like storms." Ron glanced out at the darkened window. "He's a rat. Rats are supposed to like horrible places." Hermione rolled her eyes. "That's not how animal behavior works." Harry barely heard them. The cold thread from the platform had returned, not in the compartment. On the train, moving, he sat a little straighter. This was different from ordinary chill. Not absence of heat, but active subtraction. The carriage beyond their door seemed to dim by degrees. Conversation from the corridor blurred, then stopped altogether. The window fogged at the edges. Hedwig, sleeping in her cage above Harry's head, shifted and gave a low, warning rustle. Ron noticed first in the human way. "Blimey, it's freezing!" Hermione rubbed her arms. "Has the heating gone wrong?" Harry did not answer. His pulse had slowed. That was the first strange thing. He should have been afraid. The train had become quieter in a way that made the skin at the back of a normal neck rise. Every instinct a 12-year-old boy ought to have had should have sharpened toward panic. Instead, something in Harry went still, not passive stillness. Not shock. Predatory stillness. The cold moved closer, and then his changed nature recognized it, not by name. Not as a dementor, that word came later, but by function. Hunger, not the hot, immediate kind of flesh and blood. A liminal hunger. A thing that fed where memory met emotion, where warmth became hope and hope became a kind of nourishment. Harry felt it at once, as cleanly as a hawk might recognize another raptor's flight pattern in silhouette against the sun. "Competitor," said some old instinct inside him. The compartment door slid open. The figure that filled it was tall and hooded and rotted the air by standing in it. Black robes hung from it in strips like wet funeral cloth. Everything in the compartment dimmed around its shape. The breath left Ron in a sharp gasp. Hermione went rigid. Frost crackled faintly at the corners of the window. The creature leaned inward. Harry did not faint. He did not relive his mother's scream. He did not hear James shouting. Those memories existed, raw and buried and powerful as ever, but the thing in the doorway did not reach them first. Something else in Harry had come forward before that could happen. He went motionless. Ron made a frightened, strangled sound beside him. Hermione's hand clutched at the seat. Across the compartment, Professor Lupin had not yet moved. The creature turned its hidden face toward Harry. There was no face to see, not truly. Only darkness under the hood and the sensation of a mouth that was not a mouth. Harry stared back, his eyes changed. Later, if asked, Ron would never be able to describe exactly what altered in Harry's expression because it happened too quickly and too wrongly for ordinary observation. But in the moment, he saw it well enough to be terrified. Harry's pupils narrowed and elongated. The green of his irises thinned to pale metallic gold. More disturbing than either was the stillness that took over his face. Not blankness, not emptiness, but the cold concentration of something no longer behaving like prey. The Dementor hesitated. That moment mattered. It was brief, perhaps only a second. But for a creature that moved through human fear as naturally as sharks through blood, hesitation was a kind of language. Harry felt the mutual assessment pass between them, not words, not thought. Recognition, you feed on light, the creature understood. I endure where light fails, answered the thing in Harry. The Dementor drifted farther into the compartment. Ron whimpered. Hermione's breath hitched sharply, and Harry felt the creature's attention slide from him toward her instead. Toward easier prey, toward ordinary human fear and the bright, accessible warmth of memory unguarded by anything old or predatory. Harry rose. No wand, no warning. He simply stood and stepped between Hermione and the Dementor. The movement was so abrupt and so precise that even the creature checked. Harry's body knew exactly how to place itself, balanced on the balls of his feet, shoulders loose, head slightly lowered. The compartment changed shape around him. The door, the window, the distance to the creature, the positions of Ron and Hermione, the sleeping man across from them. All of it arranged itself into lines of approach and threat with effortless clarity. The cold pressed harder. Harry's scar gave a low, warning throb, not pain but pulse. Beneath his skin, something dark and winged lifted its head. He did not bare his teeth. He did not speak. He only looked, and the Dementor retreated not far, not in fear, but unmistakably back, gliding half a yard into the corridor with a movement so smooth it looked like the train itself had exhaled it. The cold did not vanish, but it loosened. Harry took one step after it without realizing he meant to, then a voice behind him said, sharply and clearly, "Expecto Patronum." Silver light burst through the compartment. It did not take a full animal form. Not quite, more a concentrated wave of force shaped like brightness given direction. It slammed into the corridor. The Dementor recoiled, robes billowing, and slid away into the darkness between compartments. The cold broke. Harry blinked. All at once his body remembered it had blood and lungs and nerves. His knees nearly gave. The gold in his vision drained back toward green. The compartment rushed in around him as an ordinary small box lined in luggage racks and damp fabric. Ron was breathing too fast. Hermione had both hands clapped over her mouth. Hedwig battered once against the cage in alarm. Professor Lupin stood in the doorway, wand out, chest rising and falling harder than it should for one spell. His tired face had gone very still. He was looking at Harry, not the way an adult looks at a child after a fright, not quite even the way a teacher looks after stopping danger. It was something much more complicated. Recognition cutting through surprise, followed instantly by calculation and concealment. Harry saw the whole sequence in his expression before Lupin mastered it. For one impossible second, Harry had the distinct impression that Lupin knew, not the specifics, perhaps, but the category. Liminal magic. Creature magic. Something human on one side and not entirely on the other. Then Lupin blinked and became merely shabby and concerned again. "Are you all right?" he asked. Ron found his voice first. "What was that thing?" Hermione was staring at Harry, not Lupin. Harry sat down because remaining standing suddenly felt optional in a dangerous way. The compartment tilted for a moment. His hands shook once and then stopped. He was not cold anymore. He was exhausted in a deep biochemical way, as if some reserve had been tapped too quickly and now left his body hollow. Lupin put his wand away and reached for the case above him. "Dementor," he said. "One of the guards of Azkaban." Ron swore under his breath. Lupin pulled open his battered case and produced a large slab of chocolate, which he began breaking into pieces with practical efficiency. "Eat this, all of you. It helps." He handed Hermione one first, then Ron, then Harry. When his fingers brushed Harry's palm, both of them paused. Only a fraction, barely visible, but the contact sent a ripple through Harry's senses. Lupin's magic was controlled, human, intelligent. Under it, banked hard and deep, lay fur, hunger, moonlit violence, and an old grief so practiced it had become structural. Not a dark creature. Not evil. but absolutely not simple. Harry looked up. Lupin was already watching him. There was caution in his face now, not fear. Not mistrust, exactly. The wariness of one creature recognizing an echo of complexity in another and not yet knowing what it means. Harry took the chocolate and said, "Thanks." Lupin nodded once. "Eat." Harry did. The sweetness hit his tongue and seemed absurdly ordinary after what had just happened. A moment later, warmth spread through his body with almost magical speed. It did not erase the exhaustion, but it gave him something to stand on inside it. Ron bit into his piece and immediately burst out. It came right at Harry. Hermione turned on him. "Ron!" "Well, it did." Lupin sat back down slowly. "Dementors affect people differently." "That didn't look like differently," Hermione said before she could stop herself. Silence. She flushed. "I mean, Harry, your eyes—" Harry looked at her. She stopped. Not because he meant to silence her, but perhaps because something not entirely human had not fully left his expression yet. And Hermione, for all her courage, was still 13 and had just spent several seconds believing a monster in the doorway might eat her soul. Ron stared from one to the other. "Your eyes did go weird." Harry made himself unwrap another square of chocolate he did not particularly want. "Probably because I nearly froze." That was such an obviously insufficient explanation that all three of them knew it at once. Lupin said mildly, "Shock produces unusual effects." He did not sound as though he believed that either, but the intervention was enough. Hermione looked away first, embarrassed by the intensity of her own observation. Ron, who had no category for what he had seen beyond weird, accepted the first half-plausible thing available and clung to it gratefully. Harry ate the rest of the chocolate. Across from him, Lupin did the same. The train started moving again. For a few minutes no one spoke. Rain striped the window. The compartment smelled faintly of damp wool, chocolate, and the lingering metallic chill the Dementor had left behind. The ordinary rhythm of wheels on track resumed, but it sounded thinner now, as if the world had been scratched and not yet finished healing. Harry leaned back against the seat and let the silence sit. He could still feel where the Dementor had been, not in the corridor anymore, but in memory, in the shape his own instincts had taken to meet it. That unsettled him more than the creature itself. He had not chosen courage. He had not resisted in any noble Gryffindor fashion. He had recognized a rival and responded accordingly. Predator met predator. The realization should have disgusted him. Instead, it only felt true. His gaze drifted to Ron's pocket. Scabbers was nearly mad with panic now. The rat had stuffed himself so deep into the cloth that only his gray nose and one blind little eye remained visible, but his body kept jerking in tiny, frantic spasms. Harry felt the fear coming off him in waves, not just fear of the Dementor, fear of the compartment, of Harry specifically, of proximity. Ron noticed this time. "Honestly, what is wrong with you?" He scruffed the rat out halfway. Scabbers writhed, claws scraping against Ron's wrist, then nearly launched himself onto the floor. Ron caught him. "Oi!" Harry stared. The wrongness was clearer now, perhaps because the Dementor had stripped the air so bare that subtler things showed more starkly afterward. Scabbers was a rat. Certainly. Fur, heartbeat, stink, dull, animal panic. But woven through that was another pattern, older and more self-aware than any rat had a right to be. Human-shaped, though shrunken. Slick with fear and guilt, and the sort of greasy survival instinct Harry had begun to recognize in himself only by contrast. He could not make sense of it. Not consciously, but he could not stop looking. Scabbers froze in Ron's grasp and turned his head toward Harry. Their eyes met. The rat gave a tiny, high, horrible squeak and began struggling so violently that Ron swore aloud. "What's got into him today?" Ron said. Harry looked away first, unsettled by the sharp jolt of instinct that had answered the eye contact. Not hunger. Not exactly. More the instantaneous awareness of weakness, of a small prey creature trying very hard to pretend it was something harmless. Hermione, still pale, said, "Maybe the Dementor upset him." Ron muttered something about useless pets and shoved Scabbers back into his pocket. Professor Lupin's eyes flicked from the pocket to Harry and stayed there a moment too long. Harry noticed. Lupin noticed that Harry noticed. Neither said anything. Outside, the countryside had darkened toward evening. The train wound north through storm-shadowed fields and nameless villages, drawing ever closer to Scotland. Students began raising their voices in neighboring compartments as the fear of the Dementor encounter turned into rumor and retelling. Harry heard the story traveling already. Azkaban guards on the train, Sirius Black somewhere nearby, the Ministry desperate, Sirius Black. The name had circled all summer through newspaper headlines and overheard adult voices, but it had not felt real until now. Now it had teeth. Now the whole train smelled faintly of state fear. Ron and Hermione eventually began talking again, both more loudly than necessary, as people do after a fright. Hermione explained what she knew about Azkaban. Ron reacted with disgust and fascination in equal measure. Harry listened, spoke when required, and kept half his attention on Lupin. The shabby professor had resumed his seat and his tired posture, but Harry no longer trusted first impressions. Now that he had seen the layers beneath, he could not unsee them. Lupin's exhaustion was real. So was the restrained wildness under it. Every now and then, when the train lurched or a noise in the corridor sharpened unexpectedly, that buried thing in the man's magic shifted against its leash. Not a dog, Harry thought absently, not a cat, something larger, something that healed wrong, perhaps. Something that carried the moon in its bones. The thought arrived with the same flat, certain quality the course-list realization had carried at the end of summer. Harry did not know how he knew, he only knew. Lupin caught him looking once and arched an eyebrow. Harry looked out the window. He did not intend to pry. But the new senses in him had made privacy a more complicated concept than it used to be. Some truths now pressed outward on their own. By the time the train began its final slowing toward Hogwarts, the compartment had settled into an uneasy truce. Ron had finally relaxed enough to complain about being hungry again. Hermione had recovered enough to become indignant about Ministry protocol. Lupin looked half asleep, but Harry suspected was no longer truly sleeping at all. The castle announced itself before it appeared. Harry felt the wards first. They rose out of the dark ahead of the train like a vast, intricate architecture of old magic anchored into stone, lake, hill, and sky. Protective enchantments. Age layered on age. The moment his senses touched them, something deep in him went alert and quiet with satisfaction, the way Hedwig did when her claws found a familiar perch. Then the towers emerged through rain and dusk, windows lit gold against the black mass of the mountainside. The lake caught scattered reflections, boats moved like ink blots below. Ron pressed to the glass. "There it is!" Hermione smiled despite herself. Harry looked up at the castle and felt the year tilt into place, not return, arrival, claimed space, known routes. Territory layered with allies, dangers, prey, rivals, heights, thresholds. The word came again, as natural as breathing and no less strange for that. Territory, he should have thought school. Instead he saw perches, corridors, shadow lines, old power sunk into ancient walls. He saw possibility and risk braided together. He saw a place large enough to hold what he was becoming without yet understanding it. The train hissed into the station. Students spilled out in a crush of trunks, cloaks, lantern light, and chatter. Hagrid's booming voice carried over everything else, calling for first years. Rain had thinned to cold mist. Carriages waited up the road, black shapes and shining harnesses. Harry stepped onto the platform and paused. The air here felt different from anywhere else in the world. Colder, older, alive with structured magic. Somewhere far across the grounds, the forbidden forest breathed damp green darkness. In the castle above, wards shifted to admit their returning students. Hundreds of human signatures moved in familiar paths through stone corridors, already anticipating them. For the first time since the chamber, Harry did not feel like a thing out of place, not understood, not safe, but placed. Ron jostled his shoulder. "Come on, mate." Harry glanced back at the castle one last time before following him toward the carriages. The lights in the windows burned warm against the night. The towers rose sharp into mist. Somewhere inside those walls waited secrets, classes, friends, dangers, and answers he did not yet know how to ask for. And deep beneath all of that, at the old cold center that had awakened in the chamber and sharpened itself over summer, the tenebrous hawk settled its wings and recognized the ground below as its own. Chapter 4. What the dark sees by October, Harry had learned that the worst part of changing was not pain. Pain was simple. Pain belonged to the body, and the body could be endured. The worst part was interpretation. Every day at Hogwarts now came with a second layer beneath it, one Harry could not switch off and had not asked for. Corridors no longer felt like corridors alone. They felt used, claimed, charged by the moods and movements of hundreds of students, by old enchantments sunk into stone, by the distinct magical signatures of teachers passing hours earlier. Meals in the great hall came with the pressure of 4 house atmospheres colliding under candlelight. Classes had tastes to them, not literal tastes, but textures in the air. Flitwick's classroom hummed with neat, bright precision. Snape's dungeons held the metallic drag of bottled intent and controlled malice. McGonagall's lessons carried structure so severe it might have been architectural. And people had become harder to ignore. He had always noticed things. That had been part of growing up at Privet Drive, survival as a tension, but this was something else. He could feel, sometimes, the fraction of a second in which someone decided to lie. He could sense when fear sharpened into aggression. He knew before Neville raised his hand whether he would be called on, because the whole room tensed toward pity before it happened. He knew from the way Draco Malfoy's presence changed around teachers that cruelty was never accidental with him. He knew from the quiet underneath Hermione's voice when she was more hurt than angry. He knew Ron's embarrassment before it became temper. He did not know what to do with any of that. Mostly, he did nothing. That had become its own burden. He carried the knowledge the way some people carry an injury, carefully, privately, always a little aware of it. Only once since the train had he come close to telling anyone. It happened in the common room late one evening when Ron was asleep over a half-finished essay, and Hermione was reading at the table opposite him, the fire low and the room warm with end-of-night quiet. Harry had looked up from his homework and seen her aura, if aura was the word, bright and sharply ordered around the edges, all restless intellect and controlled care. It struck him suddenly that if he told Hermione everything, she would at least believe him. He opened his mouth. The old instinct moved, not panic, not refusal, just a deep inward folding as if black wings had passed in front of the thought and hidden it from the light. The words vanished before they reached air. Harry looked down at his parchment and changed the subject instead. Afterward, Hermione spent 10 minutes explaining an arithmancy article he had not asked about, while Harry sat very still and hated, briefly, the quiet intelligence of whatever lived half in him now. By Halloween, Professor Lupin had become everyone's favorite teacher. This was not difficult. He knew his subject, never humiliated anyone, and treated even the worst questions as questions worth answering. More than that, he seemed to understand fear without dramatizing it. When a student flinched at some creature in class, Lupin did not make sport of it. He adjusted, reframed, gave the fear a shape that could be handled. Harry found that unsettling in a very specific way. Lupin saw too much, not in the same way Harry now did, not through the strange perceptive shift the chamber had carved into him, but through some other hard-earned, adult understanding that occasionally caught Harry in profile and looked at him as though he were a difficult passage in an old text. They did not speak privately until the Boggart lesson. It began well enough. The class gathered in the staff room, all excitement and speculation as Lupin explained what a Boggart was and how it worked. Students laughed nervously, eager in the particular way children are when afraid but supported by numbers. Neville was first. Everyone expected that. Snape and a vulture had produced so much relief and laughter that the whole room loosened at once. Then came Parvati's mummy, Seamus's banshee, Dean's severed hand, Ron's spider, huge and skittering and immediately legless under everyone's shouting chorus of ridiculous. Harry's turn came near the end. He stepped forward. The wardrobe rattled. Inside, something shifted its weight. The room held its breath in collective expectation. Harry knew, as everyone else knew, what ought to happen. A Dementor. The Boggart had taken that shape for him in canon because his greatest fear had once been fear itself, or at least the memory loss and helplessness the creatures dragged with them. But Harry was no longer what he had been in canon. The wardrobe door burst open. No Dementor emerged. Instead, a full-length mirror swung forward on clawed feet of dark wood and stopped directly in front of him. The class went silent. Harry stared. At first he thought the Boggart had malfunctioned. A mirror made no sense. It reflected the shabby staff room behind him, the cluster of students, Lupin at the back near the desk. It reflected Harry himself. No, not himself. The thing in the mirror was Harry in the most technical sense only. It wore his face the way a corpse wears resemblance. Feathers spread in black sheens over the shoulders and along the arms, not partial but permanent. The whole upper body caught halfway into an avian configuration that had never returned to human balance. The eyes were wrong, gold and cold and depthless, all pupil-sharp predatory focus with no boyhood left behind them. The mouth was closed. There was no rage in the face, no madness, no pain. That was what made it unbearable, the absence of Harry from Harry. A version of himself who had crossed too far and no longer knew there was a line to cross back over. For one horrible second, he could not breathe. Not because the Boggart was frightening in the ordinary classroom sense. Not because it would bite or scream or chase him. But because it had found the one fear he had never put into language even inside his own head. Not transformation, permanence, the loss of return. The knowledge that the hawk self inside him might one day stop being a thing he became under pressure, and begin instead being the only shape that answered to his name. The mirror Harry tilted his head. Feathers rustled softly across collarbone and throat. In the glass, dark wings shifted once behind him, vast and half-folded. The thing raised one hand, no talon, and touched the mirror from the inside with a gesture so eerily calm that Harry's skin went cold. Someone behind him whispered, "What is that?" He did not know if it was Hermione or Parvati or even Ron. The words reached him from very far away. His own body had gone rigid. The mirror version opened its mouth, not to speak. Perhaps Boggarts could not manage that level of cruelty. But something in the expression suggested it did not need words. "This is you if you fail," it said anyway. "This is you if the human part is temporary." The room had vanished. There was only the image and the thick, sick certainty in Harry's stomach that the Boggart had not invented this from nothing. It had built the fear out of available material. The possibility existed because the path existed. Then Lupin moved. He stepped between Harry and the mirror so quickly that Harry barely registered the interruption until the reflection changed. The feathered creature vanished. In its place, the mirror showed a full moon reflected in black water, fractured into ridiculous bouncing fragments as Lupin cast ridiculous. The Boggart exploded into smoke and laughter returned to the room in delayed, uncertain bursts. Harry did not laugh. Lupin ended the lesson early. No one protested. Even the boldest students had felt the shift in the room. The charm of classroom fright had broken on something less theatrical and much more intimate. Lupin dismissed everyone with unusual briskness, assigning a reading chapter no one would remember until later. Ron lingered. "Harry, I'm fine," Harry said too quickly. Hermione looked as though she wanted to challenge that and was not sure how. In the end, she settled for a look that said the conversation was not over, then let Ron drag her out with everyone else. The door closed. Silence took the staff room. Lupin did not speak at once. He walked to the desk, set down his wand, and leaned both hands against the worn wood as though arranging his thoughts with care. When he finally turned back to Harry, his face held no alarm, only a kind of grave attentiveness Harry had begun to associate with him. "Would you sit down?" Lupin asked. Harry remained standing. After a moment, Lupin nodded, accepting the refusal. As you like. The room smelled faintly of old parchment and the residue of Boggart magic. Harry could feel his pulse in his hands. He shoved them into his pockets before Lupin could see the tremor. I'm sorry, Lupin said quietly. Harry blinked. For what? For underestimating what shape your fear might take. It was not the answer Harry had expected. Lupin came around the desk, but kept a respectful distance. I had assumed, he said, that the Boggart might choose the same form your classmates expected. I should have known better. Harry looked away. It was just a Boggart. Lupin's silence made clear he did not agree. Then, in that same tone he used in class when asking dangerous questions gently, he said, Has anything unusual happened to you physically in the last year? Harry went perfectly still. There it was again, that sense that Lupin did not know but suspected a category. Not what exactly are you hiding, but has your body become a stranger to you? Harry answered with equal care. I got bitten by a basilisk. Lupin did not smile. Yes, he said, you did. That's unusual. A very small, very tired exhale of something almost like amusement escaped Lupin. Touché, he straightened. I am not asking to pry, Harry. I am asking because there are forms of magic that affect the body before they affect the mind, and there are forms that do both at once. If anything of that sort has happened, secrecy does not always improve it. Harry met his eyes. Lupin's gaze was direct and oddly unthreatening. No legilimency, no Dumbledorian chessboard gentleness, no institutional concern. Just honest attention from someone who knew what it was to live in a body that could betray you by changing shape. Harry understood that much at least. And still, the words would not come. Or rather, they came and dissolved. The secret in him remained locked not by fear, but by the old instinct that had decided the hawk was not information. It was survival. Nothing I can explain, Harry said at last. Lupin searched his face, perhaps looking for evasion. What he found there must have satisfied him enough, because he only nodded. That, I believe. He crossed to a cupboard near the back and rummaged among a stack of battered books until he found what he wanted, a narrow green volume with no title on the spine. Its leather was cracked and the corners rounded with use. This is not from the library, Lupin said, placing it on the desk between them. It is mine, you may borrow it. Harry hesitated. What is it? Obscure transfiguration theory, said Lupin. A branch most modern scholars ignore because it is untidy. It concerns liminal magical forms. Harry looked up sharply. Lupin continued as if the phrase were perfectly ordinary. States in which the boundary between human and creature is not entirely fixed, very rare, very old. Mostly documented badly. The book is maddening in places and wrong in others, but its mistakes are at least interesting. He gave Harry the faintest slant of a smile. The margin notes are better than the original text. You may tell the owner I said so. Harry approached the desk slowly. He picked up the book. The cover was warm from Lupin's hand. Inside, the pages smelled of dust and old ink. The first page bore a name in neat, faded writing, Remus J. Lupin. The margins beyond were thick with annotations in 2 different inks, some careful and scholarly, others impatient, personal, or darkly funny. Harry turned a page at random. Continuity of consciousness varies by trigger. Involuntary thresholds often preserve memory poorly. Another note below it, in a thinner line of ink, this author has clearly never met anyone who actually lives through it. He closed the book. Why are you giving me this? He asked quietly, Lupin's expression altered by a fraction. Not softness, exactly, recognition. Because, he said, sometimes it is useful to know that impossible things have at least been attempted by language before they happen to you. Harry stood with the book in his hands and no safe answer available, so he said the only true thing he could. Thanks. Lupin inclined his head once. You are welcome. He did not press further. That was what made Harry trust him, not fully, not enough to surrender the secret, but enough that something inside him, old and predatory and intensely suspicious of cages, settled rather than flared. Harry took the book back to Gryffindor Tower, hidden inside a charm's text, and read it with his curtains drawn after midnight. It was terrible. Not the writing itself, though some of it deserved condemnation. The terror lay in the fact that enough of it made sense to unsettle him. The text divided magical human creature overlap into categories: ritual, hereditary, curse-induced, environmental, defensive reflex, and spent pages arguing over distinctions that sounded academic until they abruptly became intimate. Some passages described complete transformation as if discussing weather patterns. Others dealt in folklore and hearsay. But through the contradictions, a few recurring truths emerged. Forms triggered by survival pressure tended to resist exposure. Partial states were easier to control than reversals from full shift. Perception often changed before body control stabilized. And the most dangerous threshold, according to one ink-heavy note in Lupin's margin, was not first transformation, but first willing one. Harry read that sentence 3 times. Then he shut the book and listened to the dormitory breathe around him. From the bed beside him, Ron muttered in his sleep. In his pocket at the foot of the bed, Scabbers rustled. Harry's head turned before he meant it to. The rat was awake. He knew it with sudden certainty. Knew, too, that Scabbers knew Harry was awake, too, because the fear radiating from the pocket sharpened into a concentrated little spear of panic. Harry sat up. The curtains around his bed swayed. He slid them aside just far enough to see. Moonlight from the tower windows fell dim across the room. Ron was sprawled face down, one arm hanging off the mattress. On the bedpost, Harry's school tie hung like a dead thing. At the foot of Ron's bed, Scabbers had pushed himself halfway out of the pocket of Ron's discarded robes and frozen there, tiny body stretched taut, one eye fixed on Harry. The rat did not smell like prey. He smelled like fear trying to disguise itself as age and illness. Like a human coward wearing fur so long he had almost taught himself to believe it. Harry's breath slowed. A second layer. That was what he had been sensing since the train, and now that Lupin's book had given him vocabulary, the patterns snapped into place with frightening speed. Not a charmed animal, not possession. Animagus. He did not know which one. He did not know how. He certainly did not know why Ron had been carrying an illegal, human-shaped rat around for years without knowing. But the moment the idea existed, his senses rearranged themselves around it and confirmed it ruthlessly: human. Old. Guilty. Terrified, Scabbers squeaked once, small, involuntary, raw, and vanished back into the pocket. Harry lay awake until dawn. After that, he began to track the rat on purpose. Not openly. Never enough that Ron or Hermione would notice, but with small manufactured reasons and lazy-looking coincidences. He lingered in the dormitory while Ron went to wash up. He took to doing homework in the common room armchair closest to where Ron usually dropped his robes. He volunteered to carry things back to the tower after dinner more often than strictly necessary. Scabbers deteriorated visibly. Whenever Harry came too near, the rat's body went rigid with a fear so specific it stopped pretending to be animal. He bit Ron twice, tried to escape 3 times. Once he actually managed to hurl himself off a table in the common room and make for the girls' staircase in blind panic before Crookshanks, who was visiting with Hermione's usual orange indignation, saw him and took the opportunity to pursue with murderous enthusiasm. The entire room erupted. Ron shouted, Hermione shouted back. Crookshanks became an orange blur of insult and claws. Scabbers vanished beneath a sofa. Harry did not move, not at first. Because in the split second before the chase began, he had felt something from Scabbers so unmistakably human that it almost made him sick. Not fear of a cat, but fear of being found. Ron glared at him later, still shaken from nearly losing the rat again. Honestly, what is his problem around you? Harry looked up from the essay he was pretending to read. Maybe he doesn't like me. That's not normal, Ron said. No, Harry thought, it isn't, but he only shrugged. He did not tell Hermione, he did not tell Lupin, he did not tell Dumbledore. Partly because he was not yet certain enough to risk sounding mad. partly because the hawk instinct in him had little interest in raising alarms too early. It preferred observation. It preferred patterns. It preferred waiting until escape routes narrowed. And partly because some ugly new part of Harry found that patience easy. That frightened him almost as much as the Boggart had. November brought rain, Quidditch arguments, essays, and the quiet deepening of Harry's private lessons with Lupin. The offer came in the most ordinary way possible. One evening after class, Lupin asked if Harry would like to learn the Patronus charm as a defense against Dementors, given the incident on the train and the Ministry's apparent insistence on stationing the creatures near school grounds. In another life, Harry would have leapt at the chance because he was vulnerable to Dementors in a way his friends were not. In this life, the offer landed strangely. The Dementor on the train had not broken him. It had recognized him. That fact remained unresolved and deeply uncomfortable. Harry was not sure whether wanting a Patronus was a desire for protection or a desire to prove something about himself. He said yes anyway, partly because Lupin was the best teacher he had ever had, partly because that bone-deep instinctive trust returned whenever Lupin stood near him without pressing, and partly because learning one more kind of magic that belonged to light could not be a bad thing when so much of his own recent magic had come from darkness, survival, and involuntary change. The lessons took place in an empty classroom on the third floor after dinner. At first, they were all failure, concentration, and frustration. Patronuses were difficult even for adults. Lupin explained the theory carefully. The Patronus was a projection of focused positive force, a protective counterpresence fueled not merely by happiness, but by the ability to hold a sustaining truth in the mind under pressure. Harry tried memory after memory, his first time on a broom leaving Privet Drive, winning at Quidditch, Christmas at Hogwarts, the moment he realized Ginny was alive in the chamber and produced nothing more substantial than pale mist. Again, Lupin would say, never impatient. Harry did it again. Sometimes Lupin used a Boggart in Dementor form to simulate the pressure. Harry disliked those sessions in a complicated way. The fake Dementor still chilled the room and pressed at old wounds, but it never reached him cleanly. The hawk instinct surfaced before despair did, flattening his fear into alertness. That helped him stay upright. It did not make the Patronus easier. If anything, it made the charm stranger. The light he was trying to summon had to pass through something dark without being dimmed by it. On the 7th lesson, something changed. Harry raised his wand, expecto patronum. The memory he chose was not triumphant at all. It was smaller. Hedwig stepping onto his arm in Privet Drive after the first near shift of summer, accepting the wrongness in him without alarm. The trust of it. The utter absence of recoil. Warmth surged. Silver burst from the wand, and then did not remain silver. It poured outward in a shape that made Lupin lower his own wand without realizing he had done so. The spell formed as luminous vapor edged in darkness, not black exactly but shadow-rich, as if the brightest possible light had acquired a boundary rather than a glow. It spread across the room in a sweep of pale brilliance feathered at the edges with deep blue-gray. There was shape in it, almost a bird and not yet one, wings beginning and unbeginning in the same breath. The Boggart shuddered. It did not merely flee. It recoiled with something closer to insult, imploding into smoke before Lupin could dismiss it. The room fell quiet. Harry stared at the spell as it dissolved into air. His heart was hammering. "That wasn't," he began. "No," Lupin said softly. "It wasn't." Harry looked at him. Lupin's face had gone unreadable in the way adult faces do when they are trying not to show the first thing they think. He recovered a second later and added, in a tone lighter than the words deserved, "That is the most interesting Patronus I have ever seen." The sentence meant more than it said. Harry knew it. Lupin knew Harry knew it. Neither pushed. Instead, Lupin asked, "What memory did you use?" Harry hesitated, then answered honestly, "My owl." Something like understanding moved through Lupin's expression. "Yes," he said, "that makes sense." Harry did not ask what that meant. He left the lesson that night with his wand hand still tingling and the uncomfortable awareness that his patronus, the charm most associated with human hope and the defense of the soul, had come out looking as though it had negotiated terms with shadow rather than defeated it. By December, Dumbledore called him in. The summons arrived politely, as such things always did, through a prefect and a note folded once. Harry went after dinner, making his way to the circular staircase with a heaviness he could not have explained. The headmaster's office had always made him feel as if he were stepping into a room where too many truths had already been considered from too many angles. Tonight that sensation was worse. The gargoyle leapt aside. Harry climbed. The office smelled of beeswax, lemon polish, and old flame. Portraits muttered in their frames. Fawkes dozed on his perch, head tucked beneath one wing until Harry entered. Then the phoenix lifted his head at once and watched him with that familiar, impossible intelligence. Dumbledore sat behind the desk, fingers steepled. "Harry," he said, warmly enough that the word almost gentled the room. "Professor, sherbet lemon?" "No, thanks." Dumbledore nodded as though this had been worth testing. "Sit down," Harry did. For a moment the headmaster asked only ordinary things: classes, Quidditch, how Professor Lupin was treating the class, whether third year had become overly burdened by essays. Harry answered in kind, wary of the real conversation waiting beneath the surface. At last, Dumbledore set down his quill. "Do you dream more than you once did?" he asked. Harry blinked, not what he had expected. "Sometimes," he said carefully. "Differently." Harry thought of falling through dark air, of wings folding around moonlight, of a distant cold presence that was not always the same as the one lodged diffusely in his scar. "Yes," Dumbledore nodded, unsurprised. "And your instincts?" Harry looked up sharply. The old wizard's expression remained mild. "Have they altered?" Harry could lie. The possibility passed through him and died almost immediately. Dumbledore would hear the structure of the lie even if he did not hear the content. Better, perhaps, to answer partially. "A bit," Harry said. "In what way?" Harry stared at his knees, then at the neat pattern of the rug. "I noticed things earlier. People's intentions," Dumbledore suggested. Harry's head came up. Something in Dumbledore's gaze gentled then, because Harry's reaction had apparently been answer enough. "I thought perhaps so," he said. "How?" Harry asked before he could stop himself. Dumbledore leaned back. "Some very old families," he said, as though discussing a bit of obscure magical history over tea, "have records of what they called the transformation gift." The phrase settled between them. Harry said nothing. It was not always an animagus talent in the ministry sense. Dumbledore continued. "Indeed, the ministry's categories are much younger than the phenomena they attempt to classify. In older lineages, one occasionally finds accounts of wizards or witches whose magic responded to extreme circumstance not by casting outward, but by changing the relationship between self and form." Harry held himself very still. Dumbledore's blue eyes remained on him, kind and merciless in equal measure. "When such gifts arrive uninvited," he said, "they tend to arrive at a cost." Harry heard himself ask, "What cost?" Dumbledore looked past him for a moment, toward nothing Harry could see. When he answered, his voice carried no theatrics at all, knowing too much too early about things that cannot be unseen. The words sat in the room like a judgment and a sympathy both. Harry thought of the Bogart mirror, of Scabbers' human fear leaking through fur, of Lupin's layered aura, wild beneath reason, of the way cruelty flashed visible in people before speech, of how impossible it was now to go back to not noticing. "That doesn't sound much like a gift," Harry said. Dumbledore's mouth curved sadly. "Most gifts worth naming never do at first." Silence stretched. Harry wanted in that instant to ask everything. Did Dumbledore know? Had he guessed? Could he help? Was this connected to the thing in the scar, to Voldemort, to the chamber, to the reason the Dementor had retreated? Instead, he asked the smallest question available. "Can it be stopped?" Dumbledore considered him for longer than comfort allowed. "Some things," he said at last, "cannot be stopped without breaking the person they have become part of. They can, however, be understood, and understanding is often gentler than panic." Harry absorbed that in silence. When he left the office, Fawkes watched him all the way to the door. Christmas came with snow. Ron and Hermione both went home for the holiday, though Hermione spent 3 full days first explaining the practical benefits of spending Christmas with one's family. When one has the option, which some people unfortunately don't, Harry, before realizing halfway through the sentence what she had said and blushing hard enough to match the holly in the common room. Ron promised to write. Ginny shouted after Harry not to let Fred and George burn the castle down while she was gone, which rather suggested she believed it possible. Harry stayed. The quiet of Hogwarts at Christmas was unlike any other quiet in the world. It was not empty. Castles did not empty. They exhaled. The corridors lengthened into stillness. The portraits spoke softer. Snowlight through the tall windows turned stone silver blue. Every sound carried farther. Harry could feel the reduced number of students as clearly as a forest notices when birds migrate. He spent the first 2 days reading by the fire, helping Hagrid carry boxes of something unpleasantly alive for the gamekeeper's holiday plans, and not thinking too directly about anything. On the 3rd night, he went walking. No cloak, just school robes and the old green volume from Lupin tucked under one arm as an excuse if caught. He drifted through corridor after corridor until the castle's sleeping patterns had rearranged around him. Near midnight, he found himself in a tall west-facing passage lined with windows. Beyond the glass, the grounds lay under snow and starlight, all edges softened into white. Harry stopped. The corridor was empty. The windows reflected him faintly. Thin, dark-haired, 12. Human from any ordinary angle, he set Lupin's book on the sill. This, he knew with a certainty that frightened him, was the threshold the margin note had meant. First willing shift, he closed his eyes. He did not reach for anger, or fear, or survival. This time he reached for the structure he had learned in fragments since summer. The inward lowering of breath, the loosening of the shoulders, the invitation rather than the fight. He did not demand transformation. He opened the door inside himself and stepped close enough to feel what stood on the other side. The response was immediate. Feathers rose along the backs of his forearms in silent black lines. His vision sharpened and altered, starlight thinning into layered spectrums of cold and magic. The air around the windows glowed faintly where old weatherproofing charms held. His hearing spread outward across the grounds. The muscles along his shoulder blades tightened with remembered architecture, not enough for wings, only enough to remind him that wings were possible. Harry opened his eyes. The glass reflected a stranger and himself at once. Not the boggart's permanent horror, not loss. A partial truth. Enough feathering to show the hidden pattern, enough gold in the eyes to make denial impossible, enough control to remain himself. For the first time since the chamber, he had done it on purpose, and come back from the edge not by force, but by balance. He turned from the reflection and looked out over the grounds. The world opened. Hagrid's cabin burned in his new sight as a broad, warm presence near the edge of the forest. Enormous, steady, human and not quite human in the uncomplicated way Hagrid had always been. Farther off, closer to the castle than a man would likely choose on a cold night, another aura moved through the grounds in slow, thoughtful lines. Lupin, layered and wild beneath the human surface, the old restrained beast in him quiet but never absent. And then Harry saw the third, small, erratic. A flicker of furtive movement near the edge of a stone wall, heading with desperate purpose toward the darker line where snow gave way to the first trees of the forest. Harry's eyes narrowed. Not just a rat. Not remotely just a rat. The signature was unmistakable now that his vision had shifted fully into the magical spectrum. Tiny body, yes, but wrapped around it like a badly fitted coat was that same second layer, shrunk human shape, panic-soaked, driven by guilt and urgency. Scabbers, Peter whatever he really was. Running. Making a break for it, Harry's fingers tightened on the windowsill until the feathered skin over his knuckles creased. He could go now. He could call someone. Lupin, McGonagall, Dumbledore, he could follow. Instead he stayed where he was, not from cowardice, not indecision. from the cold, clear certainty that seized him in the same instant. Not yet. The rat was moving because pressure had mounted, because being near Harry had become intolerable, because something in the castle had shifted enough that Peter Pettigrew, if that was who he was, had decided flight was safer than concealment. That meant he was afraid. Afraid creatures made mistakes. Harry watched the small, hunted aura race toward the forest and did not stop him. Snowlight silvered the grounds, feathers darkened his arms. Behind him the corridor remained empty and still. At the edge of his transformed vision, Hagrid's warmth held. Lupin's wild-layered presence paced the cold. And far below, a guilty little life ran as though the night itself were on its heels. Harry kept watching until the third aura vanished into the trees. Then, slowly, carefully, he let the feathers sink back under his skin. Chapter 5. The night of 3 revelations. By the time the night came, Harry had already been expecting it for months. Not the exact sequence, not the details, not Buckbeak's chains or Crookshank's yellow eyes or the sound Ron made when the great black dog hit him out of the dark. But the shape of it had been gathering all year, tightening invisibly under classes and Quidditch and snow and essays until the threads could no longer hold separately. There was Sirius Black. There was Professor Lupin, and there was the rat. Harry had known for weeks that Scabbers would run again if given the chance. He had known, too, that whatever Scabbers truly was, it was tied somehow to the castle's rising tension, to the Dementors at the gates, to the adults' brittle alertness whenever Sirius Black's name entered a room. He had not known the truth, only that it had teeth. It began after the execution notice for Buckbeak, in the darkening evening outside Hagrid's hut, with grief still hot in Hermione's face and fury simmering off Ron in waves, because Scabbers had gone missing again, and he blamed Crookshanks with a certainty sharpened by heartbreak, embarrassment, and loyalty. The hut had felt wrong before they even left it, not dangerous in the immediate sense, not spellwork, something older, a predator's patience laid over the grounds like a held breath. Harry felt it first when Hagrid's sobbing had softened into the hiccuping quiet of temporary exhaustion, and Hermione had stepped to the window and gone pale. The Ministry men were coming. Dumbledore was with them. McNair, too. They had to hide. The 3 of them slipped out the back in a scramble of cold air and damp grass, crouching under the open window as the adults entered the cabin. Harry's body was instantly and absolutely alert, every sound sharpened. Hagrid's voice inside, thick with misery, the crunch of boots in the yard, the chain around Buckbeak's ankle giving a small metallic shift, the lake breathing in the distance, something larger than all of that moving just beyond the obvious. Then Crookshanks appeared with Scabbers in his mouth. Ron made a strangled noise of fury and relief all at once. The orange cat trotted straight toward them through the dusk and laid the rat at Harry's feet. Not Hermione's, not Ron's. Harry's. Scabbers was alive, filthy, half-mad with terror, and the instant Harry looked down at him, the second layer beneath the rat's form blazed unmistakably in his senses. Human panic in animal skin. Fear soaked to the bone. Guilt so old it had become smell, pressure, texture. There was no uncertainty left. "Give him here," Ron hissed, lunging forward. Harry bent more slowly, eyes never leaving the rat. Scabbers writhed once in the grass, saw Harry's hand, and froze so hard the movement became its own confession. That was when the black dog exploded from the shadows. Everything happened at once. A mass of muscle and matted fur hit Ron broadside with the force of a thrown trunk. Ron screamed as he went down. Hermione shouted. Scabbers flew from the grass and vanished under the dog's paws. Harry grabbed for Ron and caught only sleeve as the dog's jaws closed, not on his throat but on his robes, and began dragging him bodily toward the Whomping Willow. Harry ran, not thought, not bravery, reaction. The hawk in him recognized the violence of the moment and flattened everything else into lines, Ron being taken, the dog's trajectory, Hermione behind him, the distance to the tree, the movement in the branches. Ron. The dog hauled Ron through the gap at the willow's roots just as Crookshanks darted forward and struck the knot on the trunk with one precise paw. The mad whipping branches fell still at once. Harry did not pause to be surprised. He dropped to his knees and followed Ron into the tunnel, Hermione close behind, wandlight flashing over packed earth and roots and the scrape marks of something large dragged in haste. The tunnel smelled of mold, old dust, dog, rat, fear, and another scent Harry could not yet place because it was coming from ahead in concentrated layers. Human rage, long grief, and the iron edge of a vengeance rehearsed for 12 years. By the time they burst into the shrieking shack, breathless and filthy, Harry's scar was pulsing low and steady. Not Voldemort. Not exactly. More like the old distributed darkness in his magic had awakened to witness what the night was about to show him. The room was half collapsed and moonlit through broken boards. Dust hung in beams of pale silver. Ron lay on the floor white-faced, clutching his leg. The black dog stood over him for one instant longer, and then changed, bones shifted, fur sank, limbs lengthened. In the space of a breath, a gaunt man stood where the dog had been, hair hanging wild to his shoulders, face hollow and fierce and starved by Azkaban into something almost spectral. Sirius Black. Hermione gave a small, shocked scream. Ron tried to sit up and gasped with pain. Harry raised his wand. Sirius Black's eyes, gray, burning, alive with things too old and sharp to soften, were not on Harry. They were on Ron's chest pocket. "Where is he?" Sirius asked, voice like rock scraped across iron. Ron stared at him. "What?" "The rat." The word fell into the room like a key turning. Something inside Harry went perfectly still. Sirius lunged. Ron shouted. Scabbers, who had somehow clung to Ron even through the tunnel, tried to burrow deeper into his robes. Sirius seized the front of Ron's sweater with one hand and dug for the rat with the other, wild and desperate enough now that Hermione fired a spell which missed the wall by inches and showered plaster over everyone. "Stop it!" she screamed. "Stop it!" Sirius finally wrenched Scabbers free. The rat writhed in his fist, squealing in naked terror. And then Sirius said, voice shaking with a fury so total it had become calm, "Got you at last, Peter." Silence detonated. Hermione stared. Ron stared. Even in pain, even in terror, both of them still had enough ordinary sense left to know that sentence was impossible. Harry heard himself speak before anyone else recovered. "I know." The words were quiet. They silenced the room more completely than a shout would have. Sirius turned. For the first time he looked directly at Harry rather than past him toward revenge. His face, all hollows and beard and prison ruin, went unreadable with shock. "You know," he said. Harry's wand remained up, but not quite aimed anymore. "I know it's not a rat." Ron's face twisted. "Harry, have you gone mad?" Hermione turned from Sirius to Harry as though betrayal might now be arriving from multiple directions at once. "What do you mean, not a rat?" Harry swallowed. He could not fully explain because he still lacked human language for half of what he knew. He could not say the hawk in me smells the human shape under his fur without sounding insane. He could not say your pet stinks of cowardice and old blood and the wrong kind of survival and expect anyone to follow. So he said the nearest true thing. "I've been able to smell something wrong about him since September." Ron actually looked offended on Scabbers' behalf. "He's a rat! Rats smell wrong!" "No," Harry said, eyes on Sirius' fist. "Not like that." Hermione shook her head hard, as if trying to throw off the whole conversation. "Harry, that doesn't make any sense." From the doorway behind them, a voice said, "It makes more sense than you think." Professor Lupin stepped into the room. Moonlight caught him sideways, making the hollows beneath his cheekbones deeper. He looked exhausted and grim and not remotely surprised to find Sirius Black standing over 3 students with a rat clenched in his hand. Ron made an outraged noise. "Professor, he's helping Black." Lupin did not take his eyes off Sirius. "Yes," he said softly, "I am." The room changed shape. Adult authority had entered, but not to restore order. To confirm the impossible, Hermione backed closer to Harry. Ron tried and failed to push himself upright. Sirius' grip on Scabbers tightened until the rat squealed again. The sound was high and awful and too human in its terror for Harry not to feel his whole body answer with a cold, sharpened focus. Lupin's gaze slid to Harry for half a second. That glance held more than simple acknowledgement. In it lay the echo of the Bogart lesson, the midnight book, the unspoken category both of them inhabited from different directions. Harry, in that instant, felt himself seen not as a child to be protected from events, but as a creature already involved in them. No words passed. None were needed. Then Sirius began to speak. He told them of James and Lily, of betrayal, of the Fidelius charm, of Peter Pettigrew's supposed death and the finger left behind, of Azkaban, of seeing the rat in the prophet photograph tucked in Ron's family holiday snapshot, of understanding at last that Peter had not died at all but hidden in plain sight near Harry. Ron's face emptied of color. Hermione tried to interrupt 3 times, each objection weaker than the last as Lupin quietly supplied missing pieces. The old friendship, the Animagus transformations learned illegally for Remus' sake, the significance of Peter's missing finger, the truth of who had gone to Voldemort. Harry listened. Not because he needed convincing. He had crossed that threshold already months ago. But because details mattered, and the hawk instinct in him had learned patience the way other boys learned tables or chess. He watched Sirius speak and believed him. Not because Sirius was noble-looking, which he was not, or because adults had told Harry to trust him, which they had not, but because Sirius' grief had no fraud in it. It had edges too jagged to be performed. Peter, by contrast, was a squirming pocket of panic in Sirius' fist, every small movement shouting for escape. When Lupin finally held out his hand, Sirius passed him the rat. "Time to stop pretending," Lupin said. The transformation back to human was ugly not because the magic itself was ugly, but because Peter Pettigrew made every form he occupied seem inherently disreputable. One moment a balding gray rat writhed in Lupin's grip. The next a short, thick-set man crumpled onto the boards, wheezing, half-bald, with watery eyes and a face that looked built for apology. He hit the floor and immediately began to whimper. Ron made a sound like he might be sick. Hermione pressed a hand to her mouth. Peter looked from Sirius to Lupin to Harry and found no mercy anywhere. When his gaze snagged on Harry, something extra broke in him, a fresh wave of animal terror that nearly made him crawl backward on hands and knees. Yes, Harry thought. You know. Peter did what cowards do. He pleaded. He wept. He addressed them by childhood names, by old loyalties, by any language that might let him wriggle back into someone else's conscience. Sirius answered him with hatred so clean it seemed to clarify the air. Lupin, somehow, was worse. Not louder, not crueler, but calmer. The kind of calm that comes only when anger has been carried too long to remain hot. Then Peter moved. The motion was tiny. Almost nothing. A shift of weight, a flick of eyes toward the door, a gathering of self around the oldest instinct he possessed. Run when the world closes in. Harry was faster. He did not cast a spell. He did not fully transform. He looked at Peter. And the thing that had awakened in the chamber answered with perfect, terrible specificity. Territory, prey attempting flight, deny, the room dropped, not literally. The floorboards did not crack, candles did not gutter. But a pressure slammed downward through the shrieking shack so abruptly that every loose object rattled in place. Peter hit the floor as though a great invisible hand had crushed him there. His limbs splayed. His chest flattened against the boards. The breath punched out of him in a squeal. Everyone froze. Harry stood very still, wand still in hand, but irrelevant. The power was not in the wood. It was in him. In the old shadow class, instinct externalized at last into the world. Not attack, not curse, but dominance so absolute the body obeyed before the mind understood. Peter scrabbled once, fingers clawing uselessly at the floor. He could not rise. Could barely breathe. Sirius turned to stare at Harry. Lupin did too. Neither of them looked surprised exactly. Alarmed, yes. Impressed, definitely. But beneath both was recognition. each from his own angle, understanding that the line Harry had been balancing all year had just become visible to everyone in the room. Hermione whispered, "Harry!" He did not answer, because the pressure was harder to control than it looked. It wanted to tighten, to press, until bones learned obedience. Harry forced it to remain only pinning, only enough, and in that effort his vision sharpened at the edges. The room took on the slightly altered clarity of a near shift. He could hear Peter's frantic pulse like a trapped bird. He could smell the sour chemical flood of terror pouring off him. Lupin recovered first. "Bind him," he said sharply. Sirius moved at once, conjuring ropes around Peter's wrists and ankles while the man gibbered and sobbed into the floorboards. Ron stared between Harry and Pettigrew with the expression of someone whose universe had not so much broken as changed rules mid-sentence. Before anyone could speak, moonlight flooded the room. Not a new beam, not brighter weather. The full moon, clear and sudden through the broken clouds, struck Lupin across the face. Everything that followed happened too quickly and too inevitably to stop. Harry saw it first, not because of sight, but because Lupin's carefully banked second nature surged upward in one violent, helpless wave. The layered aura Harry had been reading all year tore wide open. Human reason reeled. Wolf rage, moondrag, pain, instinct, older and harsher than the hawk in Harry because it was built around loss of self, not adaptation, flooded the room. Lupin's face convulsed. "Run," Sirius said. But Harry did not run, he turned. Lupin's body was already going, bones lengthening, spine bending, hands splitting into claws. Hermione screamed. Ron dragged himself backward. Sirius cursed and lunged for them all at once. Peter writhed under Harry's pressure but could not rise. The werewolf came up snarling, then stopped, not fully, not safely, but enough, its yellow eyes locked on Harry. And what the werewolf saw there, what radiated off the 12-year-old boy standing between prey and predator with gold beginning to thin through his green eyes, with the residue of territorial dominance still thick in the air, was not merely child, not merely wizard. Recognition met recognition again. The werewolf's posture changed. Confusion cut across hunger. It paced once in a tight, uncertain circle rather than attacking. Harry felt the momentary clash in it. Wolf instinct demanding blood and movement, some other bestial intelligence registering a rival category where simple prey should have stood. Harry did not bare his teeth. He did not transform. He only faced it and held his ground. The standoff lasted perhaps 2 seconds. Then the werewolf threw back its head in a roar, tearing cry and bolted for the shattered doorway, launching itself out into the night rather than through the cluster of students and men before it. Sirius was after it instantly. "Stay with Peter," he barked. Then he changed mid-run. The great black dog bursting out of human shape as he hit the threshold and hurling himself after the wolf into moonlight. The room shuddered into silence broken only by Ron's ragged breathing, Hermione's crying breaths, and Peter Pettigrew whimpering against the floorboards. Harry let the pressure ease, only enough that Peter could breathe properly again, not enough for movement. Hermione stared at him in horror and wonder so mixed they were indistinguishable. "What was that?" Harry looked down at Peter rather than answer. The ropes bit into the man's wrists. Sweat poured off him. His eyes rolled white around the irises whenever they flicked up toward Harry. "Good," said something cold and ancient in Harry. The thought made him feel briefly sick. They got out of the shack in chaos and fragments. Ron could barely stand. Hermione and Harry got themselves under his arms and half-carried him through the tunnel. Peter stumbled between them, trussed like an animal for slaughter. Lupin's abandoned wand held on him whenever he so much as twitched. By the time they emerged beneath the frozen Whomping Willow, Harry's muscles were shaking from exertion and from the after-effects of whatever he had done inside the shack. Snape found them there, as he had in canon, fury and suspicion drawn sharp across his face. Explanations collided. None of them sounded sane. Snape, seeing Sirius absent and Peter Pettigrew somehow alive and bound, did what Snape always did when reality became intolerable. He tried to seize control with anger. The night had moved too far beyond control for that. By the time they were on the grounds again, Sirius had returned in human form, blood on his sleeve from where the werewolf had grazed him, face gaunter than before and lit with a savage triumph because Peter was visible, captured, undeniable. "We take him to the castle," Sirius said. "Now." And for a few minutes, it looked as though the truth might actually survive the night. They crossed the grounds under a clean, brutal moon. Harry and Hermione supporting Ron, Sirius half-hauling Peter by the ropes, Snape stalking with his wand out and his hatred barely under command. The lake gleamed black. The castle windows burned distant gold. Peter cried and begged and promised everything. Nobody listened. Then the moon, which had merely mattered before, mattered again. The werewolf's howls carried from the forest. Sirius' head snapped up. Too late, Harry thought, though he did not know yet for what. The sound changed shape in the dark, a crash through undergrowth, a movement too heavy and too erratic to be ignored. Sirius shoved Peter at Harry and turned toward the noise. Stay with him. It should have worked. It almost did. But the night had used up its allowance of coherence. The werewolf burst from the edge of the trees, wild-eyed and blood-flecked, no longer confused, no longer hesitating. Sirius ran to intercept. They collided in a tearing blur of fur and claws and ragged breath. Peter screamed. The pressure in Harry's senses shattered into too many urgent directions at once. Ron collapsing harder against Hermione. Snape shouting. Sirius going down under the werewolf's weight. Peter twisting in the ropes with all the slippery genius of a cornered coward. Harry made one fatal choice. He looked at Sirius, only for a second, but in that second Peter transformed. Ropes fell around empty ground. A gray blur shot through Harry's peripheral vision, hit the grass, and vanished toward the darkness by the lake before any spell could catch it. "Peter!" Sirius roared. Harry spun. There, small, frantic, running, he could go after him. He could. Then Sirius cried out as the werewolf's claws tore across his side and dropped to one knee. The choice happened in him faster than thought. Peter or Sirius? Harry chose Sirius. He flung himself forward, Hermione shouting somewhere behind him, and helped drag Sirius clear just as something, spell, rock, sheer chaos, sent the werewolf reeling back toward the forest. It fled a heartbeat later, driven perhaps by moon hunger, perhaps by confusion, perhaps by the remnants of its earlier recognition of Harry's wrongness. It did not matter. By the time the ground steadied around them, Peter Pettigrew was gone. Sirius sagged. Blood darkened his robes. He was conscious, barely, but the 12 years in Azkaban had left him with too little reserve for nights like this one. He looked once in the direction Peter had vanished and laughed a broken, furious laugh that was too close to despair. "No," he said hoarsely. "No." Then the cold came. Dementors. Not one. Many. They flowed over the grounds from the lakeward dark like shreds of night given appetite and direction. Perhaps the Ministry's guards had sensed Sirius. Perhaps the confusion, the wounded, the nearness of one soul marked for punishment had drawn them. Whatever the reason, they came fast, robes dragging frost over the grass. Hermione went white. Ron made a weak sound and slid sideways. Harry felt the creatures before he truly saw them and knew at once that this was different from the train. There were too many, and he was exhausted, and Sirius, innocent or guilty, grieving or dangerous, was collapsing under the weight of them like a starved man under water. The Dementors lowered their hoods. The memory pressure began, not only his parents this time, though those voices flashed too, but hunger itself dragging at the roots of his mind, trying to strip warmth away in mouthfuls. And then something in the darkness answered, not the Dementors. Him. Harry shoved Sirius behind him and raised his wand. This was not a practice room, not a half-formed charm under Lupin's careful eye, not a debate between darkness and light. This was necessity. And necessity had shaped everything important in Harry's life. He thought, not of victory, not of Quidditch, not of simple happiness. He thought of being chosen without fear. Hedwig on his arm, Ron and Hermione following him into danger anyway, Ginny waking alive in the chamber. Lupin handing him a book instead of a cage. Sirius, ruined and shaking and still trying to drag the truth into daylight. belonging not because he had earned it perfectly, but because people had made room for him despite what hunted him. Expecto patronum. The wand did not emit light, it unleashed it. Silver-black brilliance tore across the grounds in a sweep, so vast Harry felt it through his knees and ribs and scar. It came out not as mist, not as a shield, but as a full enormous form bursting from the wand point with wings wider than any earthly bird had a right to possess. A tenebrous hawk, corporeal and impossible, hammered into the night in a storm of dark-edged radiance. Its feathers were made of luminous shadow. Its eyes burned pale gold. Its cry split the grounds from lake to castle tower. The Dementors stopped, not pushed back, stopped. Recognition rippled through them like cold over black water. They knew this shape. Not Harry himself, perhaps, not fully, but the category. A liminal hunter of thresholds, a thing that endured at the edge between void and life without yielding either. The Patronus wheeled once over Harry and Sirius, pouring silver-black light over the grass in tides. Then the Dementors retreated, not in panic, not in defeat, in acknowledgement. They drew back from the wingspan's shadowed brilliance and slid away toward the lake, hoods lowering, hunger thwarted by something they did not wish to contest. Harry remained on his knees, wand arms shaking violently. Across the water, another Patronus, a bright silver stag, came charging through the darkness from the far bank, magnificent and unmistakable. It reached them seconds too late to be needed. Harry saw it anyway and understood in a distant corner of his exhausted mind that time itself had just begun folding around the night. Then everything went gray. He woke in the hospital wing to Dumbledore, Hermione, and the knowledge that Peter Pettigrew had vanished. Again. Sirius had been taken to the tower office above to await the Dementor's kiss. Again. And this time there was no ministry truth, no captured witness, no clean victory to offset the ruin. Snape believed what he wanted to believe. Fudge believed the version that left his world intact. Lupin had resigned before dawn and left behind only a note. Ron slept pale and feverish a few beds away. Harry should have been devastated by the totality of it. He was. But under the grief ran another pulse. Unfinished. Dumbledore came to them in the wing at twilight and spoke in the careful, maddening way he reserved for situations in which he intended to say everything important without explicitly saying any of it. Hermione, white with understanding, clutched the chain beneath her robes. Time folded. They went back. The second traversal of the grounds was stranger for Harry than in canon, because now he could feel the duplications in the night. Two versions of known lives moving through the same spaces. Two Harrys, two Hermiones, one set concealed and one moving toward disaster. The magic of the time-turner felt thin and intricate as ice over deep water. Together they freed Buckbeak. Together they waited. From concealment near Hagrid's hut and later along the edge of the lake, Harry watched his earlier self move through despair toward action. He saw the great black dog collapse. He saw the ring of Dementors close, and when the moment came, he did not wait for some mysterious future rescuer. He knew who had cast the first great Patronus now. It had been him. Both hymns, perhaps, converging on the same truth. Harry stepped from the darkness and raised his wand again. This time he was ready for what wanted to answer. Expecto patronum? The tenebrous hawk erupted a second time, even clearer than before. Vast wings unfurled over the black lake, silver at the core and dusk-dark at the edges, every feather throwing off radiant shadow. The cry it gave was not the bright antlered nobility of a stag. It was colder, older, sharper, and no less beautiful for that. The Dementors peeled away from the lake in a widening spiral, driven not by simple repulsion, but by the refusal of a power that knew their territory too well to fear it. On the opposite shore, Harry's earlier self and Sirius did not know where salvation had come from. That was all right. Some truths could wait a few more hours. By dawn, Sirius Black was mounted on Buckbeak above the dark line of the forest, gaunt hands buried in the hippogriff's feathers. His face turned once back toward the castle, and the boy on the tower who had saved him twice in one night. Harry stood in the grass below as the first real light of morning climbed over the grounds. Buckbeak beat upward into the paling sky. Sirius lifted one hand, then both vanished toward the horizon. The castle behind Harry was waking. The lake lay calm at last. Snowmelt dripped from stone. Somewhere within those walls, students were turning in bed, unaware that the night had broken and remade half a dozen lives. Harry should have felt only relief. He did feel relief. He also felt something else, a stir, small at first. Distant? So distant he might have mistaken it for memory if not for the peculiar shape of it. Not emotion exactly, not pain. A cold registering pulse, moving through the diffuse wrongness, spread through his magical core, as if the distributed fragment lodged there had opened blind eyes for the first time in months and looked outward. The use of the Patronus had touched it. Or rather, what the Patronus had revealed had touched it. Harry went still. He could not see across countries. Could not know where Voldemort lay hidden, bodiless and starving, somewhere beyond the edge of ordinary maps. But he knew with the same merciless certainty he had used to identify Peter in a rat's body that something had traveled along the thin, dark connection between them. Not enough for a vision, enough for notice. Thousands of miles away, whatever remained of Voldemort had felt his Horcrux change, had felt the shape of Harry's power, had understood, dimly but unmistakably, that the piece of soul he had left behind in a child no longer sat untouched in familiar territory. Harry looked up at the empty sky where Sirius had disappeared. Dawn spread gold across the grounds. In the far distance, the forbidden forest held its shadows close. The castle towers caught first light one by one. Inside Harry, the hawks settled after battle. And somewhere beyond the world's visible edge, a cold mind turned toward him with new and dangerous attention. Chapter 6. The hollow summer after a war-shaped school year ought to have felt like recovery. Instead, for Harry, it felt like study. He returned to Privet Drive with a trunk full of ordinary things, robes, schoolbooks, half-finished essays, a battered sneakoscope Ron had insisted he keep for a while, because it likes you better anyway, and 3 extraordinary things he did not unpack where the Dursleys could see them. The first was Lupin's green book on liminal magical forms, wrapped in an old jumper and hidden beneath his winter clothes at the bottom of the trunk. The second was knowledge, not clean knowledge, not sorted or teachable, but enough pieces now to make ignorance impossible. Sirius Black was innocent. Peter Pettigrew was alive, and Harry himself was no longer a boy who had merely survived something in the chamber. He had used what happened there, deliberately, publicly, if only to a handful of people and creatures. He had pinned a man to the floor without a spell. He had cast a Patronus that looked like the shadowed thing living under his skin. He had stood in front of a werewolf and watched it hesitate. The third extraordinary thing was the growing awareness that the secret had changed shape inside him. Once, secrecy had felt defensive, something enforced by instinct, something hidden because the creature self had decided concealment was survival. Now it was becoming something else. It was becoming method, that frightened him more than any feathers ever had. The Dursleys noticed only that he had come back thinner, quieter, and more absent in a way they interpreted as sullenness. Uncle Vernon complained twice in the first week that the boy's gone peculiar even by his standards, which to Harry barely qualified as observation. Aunt Petunia spoke to him as little as possible unless orders were required. Dudley had grown broader again and meaner in the lazy, summer holiday way of boys with no one around willing to tell them no. None of them realized Harry's silences were not resentful anymore. They were occupied. He had begun writing to Hermione within 3 days of arriving. The letters were careful. He did not ask for books on rare magical transformations, not directly. Hermione would have asked excellent questions and then pursued the answers with such visible energy that secrecy would have become impossible. Instead, he wrote asking whether she might, for a project, look into obscure magical creature taxonomies, historical classifications of rare bird forms, and whether any old wizarding naturalists had written about transformations that weren't standard animagi. Hermione's reply came 4 days later and was equal parts suspicion and delight. She informed him, found 2 books through a second-hand magical bookseller in London after considerable difficulty, Harry, because your definitions are hopelessly vague. She enclosed a list of titles first, so he could tell her if they sounded useful. One was a bestiary of obsolete magical taxonomies. The other was threshold forms in early British transfiguration practice. Her letter closed with, "What exactly are you looking for? Don't say, 'Nothing much.'" Harry wrote back, "Nothing much." Hermione's answer to that arrived by owl in the form of a single line, "I despise you." The books followed a week later, wrapped in brown paper and righteous irritation. Harry hid them under the loose floorboard beneath his bed. From then on, his summer developed a pattern. Outwardly, he remained the Dursleys' sullen inconvenience. He weeded the garden, was shouted at for dripping water on the kitchen lino after washing up, endured Dudley's circling cruelty with a degree of stillness that began, by mid-July, to unsettle Dudley more than retaliation ever had. Harry had not become brave in the open, theatrical way some heroes did. He had become watchful. Inwardly, he studied. Lupin's book remained the least systematic and most useful of the 3. The printed chapters disagreed with each other and with themselves. They divided liminal forms into categories no modern ministry would accept and quoted 17th-century magical theorists, who wrote as if the universe had been designed specifically to embarrass editors. But Lupin's margin notes made the whole thing readable. He had underlined passages, corrected dates, crossed out entire paragraphs with furious diagonal slashes, and written comments beside them in narrow script that moved from patient scholarship to private irritation and back again. Author assumes voluntary transformation can be generalized from ritual cases. It cannot. The issue is not purity of form but continuity of self across thresholds. This is sentimental nonsense. Interesting. Cross-reference with Merrow's account of the Yarmouth Night Woman. And, more than once, the border matters more than the destination. Harry read those notes until he nearly knew them by heart. The second book, Threshold Forms in Early British Transfiguration Practice, was drier and stranger. It argued, at exhausting length, that before the ministry formalized Animagus registration, Wizarding Britain had recognized multiple categories of transformation that sat outside the later, cleaner system. The writer, a Victorian scholar with a horror of untidy exceptions, treated most of these forms as embarrassing survivals of folklore. Harry found, buried in one chapter no modern librarian had likely opened in decades, the entry he had been searching for without knowing the name, Tenebrous Hawk. The classification itself was marked as disputed, speculative in post-1680 scholarship. No confirmed ministry-recognized specimen. Historical accounts inconsistent, likely conflation of several nocturnal raptor myths and at least one undocumented defensive Animagus strain. Harry read the paragraph twice, heart thudding hard enough to shake the page. Then he read the older citations. Those were worse or better or simply truer. A 16th-century Scottish source described the Tenebrous Hawk as a threshold hunter, whose feathers drink dawn light and whose eyes read the heat of enchantment in living things. A marginal note from a later copyist, possibly skeptical, possibly awed, added, not dark in allegiance but acquainted with darkness in structure. A Welsh text, half translation and half superstition, listed the form among creatures claimed by none of the common divisions, alongside death omens, marsh lights, and one deeply suspicious account of a woman who became mist when threatened. The Tenebrous Hawk's description was shorter. Appears among those who stand at the edge of death repeatedly and are not taken. Harry sat with that sentence for a long time. The room around him faded. The sounds of privet drive, mowers, distant traffic, Dudley thumping down the stairs, went flat and distant. He read the line again. Not because he liked it, because it felt like being recognized by something very old. He had stood at death's edge often enough already that the phrase should have seemed melodramatic. Basilisk venom in the chamber, dementors on the lake, the distributed cold wrongness of Voldemort's soul moving through his core, a werewolf at full moon, a dark wizard's attack before he was even old enough to remember it. But the sentence did not flatter him. It named a pattern, and in naming it made him feel less unprecedented than he had feared. That did not make him comfortable, it made him accountable. He began practicing in earnest after that, not every night, not recklessly, but with the precision of someone who had nearly lost control once and never intended to do so again. The first problem was location. Privet Drive, with its trimmed hedges and anxious neighbors, was not built for magical experimentation. Harry could not take full avian shape in a small bedroom without either shattering the wardrobe or lodging himself halfway through the ceiling. Nor could he trust the garden, where Aunt Petunia's surveillance was its own kind of natural law. So he learned the house. The cupboard under the stairs was too cramped and too full of old rage to be useful. The shed smelled of chemicals and Vernon's resentment. The best place, unexpectedly, was the narrow strip of flat roofing above the kitchen extension outside his window. Reaching it required slipping out past midnight, climbing carefully through the window, and edging sideways along the sill with more balance than Harry would once have believed himself capable of. Once there, however, he had height, darkness, open air, and just enough room to fail without smashing anything loud enough to wake the house. The first sessions were ugly. He discovered quickly that willing transformation was not the same as surviving it. The body resisted different things when invited. The instinctive form would answer him, yes, but not like a trick to be performed. More like a wary creature approached in darkness. Present, possible, and quick to punish mishandling, partial shifts came first. Feathers along the arms, controlled this time rather than stress-triggered. Vision altered in pulses. Thermal edge, magical pressure, ordinary sight, back again, until the transitions no longer left him nauseous. Once he managed a brief structural shift through the shoulders so sudden and painful he nearly pitched forward off the roof. After that, he proceeded more slowly. The book helped only so much. Lupin's notes were more useful than the texts themselves. One margin annotation, beside a chapter on involuntary liminal states, read, "Never force the border through pain if you can cross through posture." Form follows permission more cleanly than command. Harry had no idea what that meant until the fourth week, when he discovered by accident that balance mattered as much as will. If he stood like a boy braced for something bad to happen, the shift came jagged and resisting. If he lowered his shoulders, adjusted his center of gravity, let his weight settle where something winged might want it, the magic flowed with less friction. That realization disturbed him enough that he nearly stopped. Because it implied the body already knew, he did not stop. By mid-July, he could hold the altered sight for several minutes without strain. By the end of the month, he could feather both arms at will and suppress them again before dawn. He learned, through trial and error, and one deeply unpleasant night of being stuck halfway between hand and talon long enough to panic, that there was a threshold beyond which the creature self stopped merely informing his instincts and began actively taking over prioritization. That threshold was not dramatic, it was subtle, a point at which reasoning did not vanish exactly but reorganized around different values: altitude, threat, prey, approach angle, withdrawal route. Human concerns became secondary, speech grew hard. The desire to explain anything to anyone disappeared altogether. Harry learned to feel that line coming and stop short of it when possible. He also learned that full transformation was real. The first successful complete shift happened in August under a moon thin enough not to matter. One moment he stood barefoot on the kitchen roof, breathing carefully through the ache in his back and shoulders as magic gathered itself through bone and skin. The next, the world dropped and righted in a wholly different geometry. He was smaller than a human body, lighter and denser at once, every inch of him engineered toward movement. Wings folded and adjusted with instinctive mathematics beyond language. Air itself became touch. He nearly fell off the roof anyway, not because the form was unstable. Because awe and terror did not stop mattering just because the body suddenly knew what to do. The flight that followed was brief and clumsy and unforgettable. He did not soar. He launched awkwardly, overcompensated, scraped one wingtip against guttering, and spent the first 3 seconds certain he had made an irreversible mistake. Then the body took over enough to save him from stupidity. The air caught under the span of him properly, and he rose. Privet Drive shrank. Roofs became lines. Gardens became squares. Street lamps bloomed in soft heat halos against the dark. The whole suburb arranged itself below him in an absurdly manageable pattern of geometry and sleep. Harry circled once, twice. A fox in an alley froze and looked up. He landed 5 minutes later on the school roof across the street, with his heart racing so hard he thought it might physically burst through feathers. Then came the more difficult part, returning. That effort cost more than taking the form had. It felt like dragging 2 selves back into alignment by hand. When he finally stumbled into his own body again on the roof outside his room, shaking and damp with sweat though the night was cool, he understood why the old texts feared permanence. Not because the transformation was seductive in some dark mythical sense, because the body, once it found a form that fit a particular kind of knowing, did not rush eagerly back to human clumsiness. Harry timed the next attempt with his watch, then the next. Over 2 weeks he established a rough limit, about 12 minutes. Less if he had transformed earlier that night, less if he had already spent much of the day emotionally strained. More, perhaps, in moments of real danger when the form answered with survival force behind it. But under controlled conditions, 12 minutes was where return began to grow effortful instead of merely uncomfortable. He wrote none of this down, not because he lacked method, quite the opposite. He remembered every attempt with obsessive precision, wind conditions, physical cost, duration before the creature self's priorities became dominant, the effect of anger versus calm, the aftereffects on hearing, appetite, mood, and scar sensitivity. He simply would not leave a record. That, too, was changing in him. Lupin wrote twice during the summer. The first letter arrived in late July, folded with care and carrying no return address Harry could identify. It asked ordinary questions in an ordinary tone: how Harry was, whether he was sleeping well, whether he had found the book useful. Beneath those questions lay others never written. Had anything worsened? Had the Boggart's image proved prophetic? Were the thresholds holding? Harry answered politely and told him the book had been very interesting. The reply to that came 10 days later. Lupin thanked him for saying so, mentioned that some books were more helpful than clear, and added, almost as an afterthought, "If you find that you are learning more from practice than theory, that does not make the theory irrelevant. Only late." Harry read that sentence at least 6 times. He still did not tell Lupin the truth. Not the flight. Not the 12-minute threshold. Not the way his vision now altered on command. Not the fact that his Patronus and his transformation had begun to feel less like 2 related anomalies and more like one continuous system expressed differently. He told no one. Not Ron, who would have tried so hard to be supportive that secrecy would have become impossible through sheer concern. Not Hermione, who would have demanded a framework and then a bibliography and then probably an intervention. Not Sirius, who was still in hiding and whose letters had become careful, affectionate fragments routed through uncertain channels. Not Dumbledore, not Lupin. He held the information and trained. That was the summer's true turning point, not the growing power itself, though that mattered. The decision to grow it privately. When the Weasleys arrived at Privet Drive to collect him for the Quidditch World Cup, Harry had become very good at looking like he was carrying nothing except a trunk and an owl. The twins' explosive arrival through the fireplace nearly undid that composure immediately, mostly because Fred and George Weasley turned any enclosed domestic space into a practical joke waiting for ignition. Vernon Dursley's horror at having his sitting room invaded by wizards remained one of the cleaner pleasures of Harry's adolescence. Mr. Weasley's earnest apologies only improved the effect. By evening, Harry was at the burrow and breathing easier. The Weasleys' house always felt too alive to lie properly inside. Warmth moved through it like a creature in its own right. Voices overlapped. Magic settled into furniture. Even the ghoul in the attic registered more as domestic weather than threat. Harry found his senses calming there in a way they never did at Privet Drive. He also found, to his private discomfort, that the hawk instinct approved of the burrow for reasons different from Harry's own. Not because of family, because of structure. Entrances known, food plentiful, loyalties clear. A defensible nest. He tried not to think too much about that. The World Cup itself arrived like weather and festival braided together. Portkey nausea. A campsite full of impossible tents. Witches and wizards from all over the world moving in temporary patterns of national pride, magical display, and shared recklessness. The air hummed with layered spell residue, old grudges, new excitement, and a scale of communal magic large enough to make Harry feel almost giddy. The match overwhelmed him in all the best ways: the speed, the noise, the coordinated chaos of it, the vela. The leprechauns, Crumb moving through the sky like gravity, had signed a private agreement with him. For a few hours, Harry forgot himself in the clean exhilaration of spectacle. Then night came apart. It began with screams, the kind that split sleep before the mind catches up. Harry was upright at once in the dark of the tent, wand already in hand. Outside, the campsite had become a storm of orange firelight, smoke, shouting, and displaced enchantment. Tents collapsed. People ran in every direction. Green sparks slashed the air overhead. The old summer stillness in Harry vanished beneath immediate threat response. Death Eaters. He did not know that yet in a formal sense. He recognized the atmosphere first, the cold, delighted brutality of people treating terror as celebration. Masked figures moved through the camp in a line, robes whipping, wands raised. Above them, a family hung in the air, twisted helplessly by magic, while the crowd below screamed and scattered. Ron shouted for Ginny. Hermione was already dragging her shoes on. Mr. Weasley's voice snapped orders through the tent flap. Into the woods, all of them now. The rush into the trees blurred into roots and breath and panic, the camp behind them blooming hell, orange against the dark sky. Harry ran with the others because that was the immediate human need. He kept up because his altered senses made avoiding collisions in the dark almost easy. Then a spell passed close enough to his shoulder that he felt it as heat before hearing it. The reaction was instantaneous. He broke from the group without fully deciding to, not far. Only sideways between trunks toward shadow, a place where human sight thinned and the hawk instinct could act without witnesses. The air around him sharpened, his center of gravity dropped and changed. The transformation came cleanly, too quickly to hurt, and suddenly he was no longer a boy stumbling through undergrowth, but a dark-winged shape launching upward between branches into the night. Below him, the forest opened. The campsite became a burning pattern at the edge of the trees, masks and fleeing bodies and spellfire moving in scattered threads. From above, panic had structure. So did violence. Harry circled once, unseen. He was not looking for heroics. Not yet. The tenebrous hawk did not seek command. It sought information. Then the sky split green. The dark mark erupted above the camp, enormous and sickly bright, a skull with a serpent pouring from its mouth. The entire forest answered at once. Screams, running, stunned silence, adult voices turned to new kinds of fear. Harry wheeled toward the source, not the riot itself. A clearing farther off, half hidden beyond the main panic. There, in the dark edge between wood and campsite, a man stood with a wand still lifted, posture wrong in a way Harry felt before he understood. His magic smelled of disguise gone stale, of instability held together chemically rather than naturally. Polyjuice. Harry did not have the word with certainty, but the signature was wrong. Not borrowed shape exactly, but worn shape. The man looked up, only for a second. Enough for Harry to catch a pale, strained face under disordered hair, a kind of hungry triumph breaking through fear. Not one of the masked revelers, not part of the line that had been marching through camp. Someone separate, watching the mark with private exultation. Then voices crashed through the brush nearby, ministry wizards converging on the area, too late and too loud. The man vanished into the dark before they reached him. Harry banked sharply away. He could not stay airborne much longer without risking the threshold. The pressure of the form had already begun to shift from controlled to compelling. The world below was too full of movement, too many possible prey routes and threat lines, and his mind had begun to reorder around them in ways that would make human explanation difficult if he pushed farther. He landed in darkness behind a fallen oak, returned to human shape with effort and a sharp bite of pain through shoulders and spine, and crouched there for several seconds trying to breathe through the reassembly of himself. Then he ran back toward the others. By the time he found Ron, Hermione, and the Weasleys again, the story had already started to harden around them. Ministry wizards, the Dark Mark, suspicion thrown in too many directions at once, Winky found with Harry's wand, Mr. Crouch furious, Mr. Weasley drawn and frightened in a way Harry had never seen. Adults trying to impose meaning on chaos faster than the truth would permit. Harry said nothing. That silence lasted through the rest of the night. It followed him into morning. He should tell someone, he thought. He knew that. He had seen a man cast the mark, or very near enough to count. He had seen the wrongness in the magic around him. He had seen that the caster was separate from the Death Eaters in the camp, not one of the obvious masked rioters. He should say it. And each time the thought rose, another part of him answered with cold strategic resistance. Not because authority was always wrong, because authority in moments like this moved badly, too loud, too fast, too eager to seize the nearest explanation. If Harry told what he saw, he would have to explain where he had been, why he was alone, how he could see in that darkness, why the man's magic had felt chemically wrong, what he had been doing above the tree line at all. He could lie. But if he lied badly, the useful information would die inside the explanation. If he told the truth, other truths would come unstoppably after it. And beneath all of those practical concerns was the more troubling reality. The tenebrous hawk in him did not value immediate disclosure. It valued observation and timing. It filed patterns. It waited for repeated proof before exposing itself. It did not report. It tracked. Harry hated how natural that logic felt, because it worked. He carried the silence all the way back to the burrow. For 2 days afterward, while the wizarding world shouted itself hoarse over the outrage of the mark's return, Harry said nothing. Not to Ron, not to Hermione, not when Mr. Weasley spoke grimly over breakfast about ministry confusion. Not even when Percy repeated some official version so obviously incomplete that Harry had to grip his spoon harder not to react. This was new. It was one thing to be prevented from telling a secret by instinctive magical concealment. It was another to choose silence because it seemed more useful. Harry began, privately, to understand why power changed people even when it did not corrupt them. It did not always make them cruel. Sometimes it only taught them how much could be done by withholding one fact at the right time. That lesson sat sour in him all August. He did not like it. He did not undo it. The Hogwarts letter arrived 3 days before term. Mrs. Weasley handed him the envelope across the breakfast table with jam on her fingers, and a distracted promise that someone would sort his dress robes later. "Dear, don't make that face." The Burrow kitchen was full of ordinary noise, Fred and George arguing, Ginny trying to get the daily profit before Bill folded it, Percy already behaving as though he worked for the ministry rather than merely orbiting it. Harry took the letter upstairs to open in relative quiet. The parchment crackled under his thumb. Inside were the standard notices, the start-of-term details, book requirements, and one separate announcement on thicker paper bearing a formal ministry seal. He read it once, then again. The Triwizard Tournament would be held at Hogwarts. A great magical event. International cooperation, 3 schools, extraordinary champions, an honor for Hogwarts, a source of pride for Britain. Restrictions by age. By the time he reached the end of the announcement, the skin at the back of his neck had tightened, not excitement. The others downstairs would be excited. Ron especially would lose his mind over it. Fred and George would immediately begin trying to beat the age line before even knowing whether one existed. Hermione would be interested in the historical significance and then probably the rules. Most of the school would treat it as spectacle before danger occurred to them. Harry felt none of that first. His senses had gone alert in the old cold way. The word tournament sat on the page like a scent of blood carried too far on the wind. Large event. International attention. Ritualized magical constraint. Pride. Competition. Old rules revived because old rules looked glorious from a distance. It felt not like opportunity, but like a structure someone else might use. Warning said something inside him, quiet and immediate. Harry lowered the letter. Outside the window, late summer light lay warm across the orchard. Gnomes moved in the grass like badly thrown potatoes. The burrow breathed around him in layers of noise and safety and affection. It should have been impossible to feel threatened there. Yet the same instincts that had marked Scabbers as false, Lupin as layered, and the dark marks Castor as wrong now stirred across his skin with unmistakable precision. Something was coming, not because prophecy had whispered it, not because a scar vision had shown him, simply because the air of events had changed direction. Harry folded the announcement carefully and slid it back into the envelope. Downstairs, Ron shouted his name from the bottom of the stairs. "Is it true? Is Hogwarts really getting the tournament?" Harry stood for a second in the quiet room with the letter in his hand. Then he answered, "Yeah." His voice sounded ordinary, only he knew that underneath the answer, every sharpened instinct in him had already begun to hunt for the shape of the trap. Chapter 7. The tournament and the tomb. Harry knew the year was wrong before the goblet ever spat his name into fire. He knew it the first time he saw Alastor Moody. The old Auror arrived at Hogwarts limping, scarred, and radiating the kind of authority that made other adults unconsciously shift around him. Students stared at the magical eye, the ruined face, the staff-thumping stone. Teachers treated him with the wary respect of people who had heard stories long before meeting the man himself. Ron admired him instantly. Hermione was cautious. Fred and George declared him brilliantly alarming. Harry looked once and felt the hair rise on the back of his neck. Not because Moody was frightening. Moody was frightening in obvious ways, and Harry had learned to distinguish theatrical intimidation from actual wrongness. This was different. The man's magic was unstable at the edges, not weak, not broken, but layered in a way that did not sit naturally. There was human power there, experienced and defensive and full of old combat reflexes. But over it lay something chemical, repetitive, and slightly rotten, as though the shape of the man had to be renewed at regular intervals to remain convincing. Harry did not have the word Polyjuice in his instincts. He had the sensation of a coat being worn from the inside. Moody's magical eye swung toward him almost immediately. It stopped, not on Harry's face, on his stillness. For one fraction of a second, the entire room seemed to sharpen between them. Moody, whoever he was, whatever he was, recognized the scrutiny coming back at him. Then the eye rolled away, the moment vanished, and the ex-Auror barked something about constant vigilance at a table of second years who had gotten too close to his flask. Harry said nothing. That became the pattern. He noticed Moody in every class from then on, not because the man was loud, which he was, or because his lessons were unforgettable, which they were. The unforgivables landed in fourth-year minds like explosions. Neville went pale. Hermione went rigid with fury at the cruelty of the demonstration. Ron was fascinated and nauseated in equal measure. Harry watched the spider writhe under the Cruciatus curse and kept half his attention on Moody's aura. Every time Moody drank from the battered hip flask, the wrongness in him eased for a few minutes, not disappeared, settled, as if the badly fitted magical layers synchronized again. Harry stored the observation and told no one. He was getting good at that. The castle itself felt tense with expectation as autumn deepened. Beauxbatons arrived in grace and blue silk and cold precision. Durmstrang arrived in iron, fur, and deliberately cultivated menace. The Triwizard banners went up. Students speculated endlessly about champions, glory, dragons, danger, and whether anyone could possibly outfly Victor Crumb at anything involving the sky. Harry moved through the spectacle with that steady inward alertness which had become his second weather. The tournament did not feel festive to him. It felt ritualized, old rules, high stakes, international prestige. A magical structure large enough that smaller manipulations could hide inside it beautifully. Warning, the hawk in him kept saying, he did not know from what. Then came Halloween night. The great hall glowed with enchanted jack-o'-lanterns and floating candles. The visiting schools filled the room with foreign colors and unfamiliar magical signatures, their presence layering the air with fresh textures. Fleur de Lacquer moved like moonlight taught to be disdainful. Crumb carried around him that dense, contained gravity peculiar to famous people who would rather not be looked at but have given up hoping. Cedric Diggory shone with straightforward Hufflepuff certainty and the quiet steadiness of someone who deserved to be trusted more than most people trusted anyone. Harry noticed all of it, and none of it mattered once the goblet began to burn. The blue-white flames changed shape as Dumbledore called champions forward. Fleur, Crumb, Cedric, applause thundered through the hall. Harry clapped too because everyone did, and because Cedric genuinely looked both proud and terrified enough to deserve it. Then the goblet flared again, not orange. Not ordinary blue-white either. Something underneath the magic twisted sideways. Harry felt it before anyone else moved, not a visible change, not something the crowd could have named. A pressure in the air. An old, resentful coercion wound through the goblet's decision magic like wire through wax. The parchment shot out, Dumbledore's hand caught it, he looked down, and said into sudden stunned silence, "Harry Potter." The hall vanished under the sensation that hit Harry next, not fear, recognition. The minute his name existed in the air, he could feel the residue tied to it. Not on himself exactly. On the act. On the magical route by which his name had entered the goblet's binding logic. The entry was wrong the way a forced smile is wrong, technically convincing from a distance, hideously obvious up close. His magic recognized the structure of it immediately, a rule made to bend, an object persuaded against its own preference, a door told it had already opened. Someone had put his name in. That certainty arrived whole, cold, and complete. No suspicion. No confusion, no childish flailing denial. Someone had done violence to the tournament's magic and pushed him through the wound. The room erupted, students shouted. Ron went white. Hermione's chair scraped hard against stone. The visiting heads of school rose in outrage. Cedric stared as if the floor had come loose beneath him. Harry had just enough time to stand before Dumbledore said sharply, "Harry, come with me." The headmaster's tone cut through the noise like a blade. He led Harry not straight into the champion's side chamber, but through a smaller adjoining antechamber first, using the chaos behind them as cover. McGonagall followed, pale with fury. Snape swept in after her. Moody came too, limping faster than seemed easy, magical eyes spinning, the door shut. The noise of the hall became distant. Dumbledore turned to Harry at once. "Not did you do this, not even what happened." He looked at Harry with that deep, measuring stillness and asked, very quietly, "What did you feel?" Harry blinked. The question landed exactly where it needed to. "Coercion," Harry said at once. In the goblet's choice, Moody's scarred face twitched, McGonagall stared, Dumbledore did not move. "Describe that," Harry swallowed. The sensation still clung to him, the magical aftertaste of his name being selected along a route it should never have traveled. "It wasn't like cheating exactly," he said slowly. "Not simple cheating, more like something was convinced it had already agreed. Like the goblet had been told I belonged to a different set of rules. Like," he searched for a shape, "like a hinge being forced to think it wants the door open." Dumbledore held his gaze. Behind the headmaster's glasses, something sharpened with almost clinical interest. Harry went on because the explanation itself seemed to be arriving clearer now that someone had asked the right way. The magic around my name doesn't feel the way school records or ordinary parchment feel. It feels braided, pressed, like my name was wrapped in something that made it count wrong. Silence. Moody shifted first. That's a hell of a statement from a fourth year. I know what it felt like, Harry said. It came out flatter than he intended. Dumbledore nodded once. Then he crossed to his desk in the corner of the antechamber, opened a thin leather folder Harry had never seen before, and wrote 3 brief lines with a quill so rapidly. It was clear the words were not a summary for anyone else's benefit, but a notation for his own private map of the world. He closed the file before Harry could angle enough to read it. When he turned back, his face had settled into public composure again. "Thank you," Dumbledore said. "You are certain?" Harry met his eyes. "Yes." The headmaster believed him, not in a theatrical, protective way. Not because Harry was the boy who lived. Simply because the answer matched something Dumbledore had already suspected. That, oddly, calmed Harry more than reassurance would have. Then the moment ended. The door to the adjoining chamber opened. Voices swelled in from beyond: Bagman, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, concern, disbelief, politics. Dumbledore's expression put on age and authority like armor. "What follows," he said softly, "will be noisy. Answer truthfully. Do not waste energy trying to persuade people determined not to understand." Then he led Harry into the debate. It was, as predicted, noisy. Harry did not need to relive every accusation for the night to leave its marks. Karkaroff practically spat. Madame Maxime was too clever to be rude, but no less furious for it. Bagman treated the entire situation as a regrettable but entertaining complication. Crouch was rigid with the sort of official horror that worries more about precedent than people. Moody growled about trickery, and dark wizards with an enthusiasm that would have felt more reassuring if Harry had not been watching the man's magic, knot and unknot around the edges of his borrowed shape. Harry answered what he was asked. No, he had not entered himself. No, he had not crossed the age line. No, he had no idea who had done it. That last answer was only partly true. He did not know who. He knew enough to say how in broad terms if Dumbledore pressed further, and perhaps someday he would. But not here. Not with this many adults treating him as either a scandal, an inconvenience, or a game piece. The contract held by the time Harry left the chamber. The year had shifted into a harder gear. If Moody had been wrong before, the tournament made him worse. He remained publicly useful, even generous in the practical way of hard men who prefer helping to kindness. He gave Harry advice no one else would, nudged him toward research, asked sharp questions about how Harry intended to survive the first task, offered hints that could easily be mistaken for mentorship, and every time he did, Harry's instincts flared. Moody watched him too closely, not with Dumbledore's broad strategic attention, not with Snape's suspicious hostility, with focused, intermittent interest, as if Harry were both target and experiment. Harry noticed, too, that Moody's magical wrongness sharpened under stress and softened after drinking from the flask. Once in class, the false aura moved too quickly toward Harry after a demonstration, and the smell of him, if smell it was, hit Harry like a chemical edge under old leather and scars. Not potion exactly. Transformation wearing thin. Harry nearly said something to Dumbledore twice. Both times he stopped, because what could he say? Professor Moody feels like a man stitched into his own outline wrong. His aura churns like it's being re-held together every hour. It sounded mad even in his own head, so he watched. Moody watched back. The dragon task arrived in a storm of public nerves and private calculations. By then, Harry had accepted 2 things simultaneously. Someone powerful wanted him in the tournament, and Moody, wrong as he felt, also wanted him alive through at least the first task. The second fact did not reassure him. It merely clarified the shape of danger. Predators preserve prey when the prey has further use. The champions drew dragons. Harry got the Hungarian horntail. The common room reacted as though the school itself had personally insulted Gryffindor. Fred and George spoke with sudden, heartfelt reverence about the dragon's lethality. Hermione looked ill. Ron, still recovering from the long, stupid ache of believing Harry had entered the tournament for glory, tried so hard to be supportive that Harry found himself forgiving him almost at once. The task morning tasted of mettle and anticipation. In the tent, while the champions waited, Harry could feel the dragons through the canvas. Not just hear them, though the chains, huffs, and heavy movement carried clearly, but feel the structure of their presence. Great knots of heat and fury and old reptilian intelligence. Magic-like pressure behind the teeth. When his turn came, the horntail met him with rage so clean it was almost refreshing. The creature reared over her clutch, black scales drinking light, eyes fixed on him with the absolute hostility of something that had been caged too long and offered a target too near. The crowd beyond the enclosure vanished from Harry's awareness the moment he stepped into range. Only the dragon mattered, and the egg, and the lines between them. He summoned the firebolt as in cannon. The broom hit his hand. The crowd roared, but once airborne, something subtle changed. Harry had always flown well because flying made more sense to him than most of the world. Now, with the hawk instinct so deeply integrated, he began reading the dragon's attention not just through movement, but through intent. He could feel the moments before her head snapped his way. He knew when the fire would come a fraction before the throat flexed. Her focus landed hot in the air around him, and he moved before conscious thought finished naming the threat. To spectators, it looked like extraordinary reflexes. To Harry, it felt like falling into an argument he had been born to finish. He did not outfly the dragon by raw broom skill alone. He outread her. He let her attention commit to false lines. He cut through the gaps where her eyes left the nest. Twice he rode the rising heat of her breath in an angle no normal flyer would have trusted. Once he saw, with the hawk's predatory geometry, the exact second her back talon overcommitted against the dirt and left the clutch exposed. He went down hard, snatched the egg, and was back in the air before the crowd had fully understood the opportunity had existed. The horntail's roar hit his back like thunder. Harry landed shaky, singed at one sleeve and greeted by a wall of noise. Good marks followed. Disbelief, too. Crumb looked at him with new respect, Fleur with narrowed irritation. Cedric with the open fairness of a competitor who understood skill when he saw it. Moody's eye lingered on Harry longer than on the judges' scores. That mattered more. Winter closed over Hogwarts. Rita Skeeter buzzed around the edges of the tournament like an enchanted insect too malicious to swat. The school divided and redivided itself along sympathy lines. Ron recovered fully from their brief estrangement and became more loyal than before, which was somehow even more exhausting than doubt had been. Hermione alternated between fierce practical support and periodic explosions about institutional incompetence. Moody kept helping in ways that felt like setup. Harry kept taking the help and storing the unease. The second task crept up through the cold. By then, Harry had learned enough to keep most of his private transformation practice contained even under school conditions. Not much. A shift in vision when walking the grounds alone. Feathers under winter robes one night by the owlery just to test the effect of wind. A sharpened instinct for magical currents around the lake. Nothing reckless. Still, the clue about what you'll sorely miss and an hour long. Made one thing obvious very quickly. The task would happen underwater. Harry's discomfort with that knowledge was immediate and specific. The tenebrous hawk in the texts was an aerial liminal form. Skybound, threshold light, darkness and wind. Water had not featured much beyond a throwaway mention in one Welsh footnote that he had half assumed was scribble exaggeration. Then Dobby provided gillyweed at the last moment, breathless with good intentions, and Harry had no time to be theoretical about anything. The lake took him like a blow. Cold, dark, weight everywhere. The gillyweed worked at once, spreading webbing, changing breath, making the water inhabitable. Harry pushed downward. At first the task felt like ordinary survival. Murk, pressure, muffled sound, a distant green-blue world full of moving weed and shape-dimmed threat. But 50 feet down, where the light thinned and the lake's deeper magic began to press in, another part of him answered unexpectedly. The hawk did not recoil from dark water. It adapted. Harry felt the shift before it happened fully. Vision narrowing and clarifying, body instinctively streamlining against drag. The old predator awareness translating from air currents to currents proper. Without fully transforming, he could not risk that in view of merpeople and judges. He let the form bleed partway into the task. His arms altered just enough beneath the water to change the angles of motion. Feathers did not appear exactly, but the same shadowed logic that governed flight began governing dive. He cut through the dark faster, not like a fish. Not like a swimmer, like a hunting bird plunging through black water after something living below the surface. The realization startled him even as he used it. At the village, the hostages hung in their eerie sleep from the merpeople's ropes. Ron drifted there, pale and ridiculous, even unconscious, red hair floating around his face like weed. Hermione was not among them. To Harry's mixed relief and annoyance, she would have hated being relieved secondhand. Fleur's sister, Cho, the small shapes of what the champions valued, displayed as if affection were an exam question. Harry cut Ron loose first. He did it faster than in canon because he had arrived faster, and because the underwater shift gave him precision where panic might once have lived. When Fleur failed to arrive in time, he went back for Gabrielle too. Not out of noble overreach so much as because leaving a child in hostile water while rules were being argued elsewhere offended every instinct he had. He surfaced with 2 people and lungs full of burning triumph. The judges called it bravery. Harry, coughing lake water and trying very hard not to think about how natural the dive had felt, thought only that the form had just rewritten another assumption about itself. Sky, dark corridors, frozen grounds, graveyard pressure, and now deep water. The tenebrous hawk was not built for one element, it was built for thresholds. That knowledge followed him through the spring. Moody became harder to ignore after the second task, partly because Harry had advanced farther in the tournament than anyone expected, partly because the Faecora's interest sharpened accordingly, and partly because the flask itself had become, in Harry's perception, an alarm bell. Every sip Moody took repaired the wrongness for a little while. Every hour without it let the magical layers fray. Harry once passed him in a corridor just before dinner and felt the man's outline flicker so badly at the level beneath visible magic that his own shoulders almost tightened in response. Moody saw him noticing. "Something the matter, Potter?" he growled. Harry met the magical eye. "No, Professor." Moody's scarred mouth twisted. "You look like there is." Harry almost said, "You feel wrong." Instead he shrugged. "Just tired." Moody stared another second too long, then he grunted and moved on. By May, Harry had accumulated enough separate observations to fill a file Dumbledore would have taken very seriously, if Harry had actually told him any of it. That fact sat at the center of him like a stone. He still did not speak, because saying it would crack open everything else. The transformation, the perception shift, the long private training, the things he knew without school-sanctioned explanation, because every time Moody helped him, it seemed to confirm that the man wanted him alive for some further purpose rather than immediate harm. Because the hawk in him still preferred pattern to premature exposure. Because Harry was 15 now in all the emotional ways that mattered and had begun, however unwillingly, to believe he might need his own information before adults deserved it. The moral line there blurred more each week. He knew it. He crossed it anyway. The third task rose out of summer heat and hedges tall enough to swallow people whole. The maze changed the school atmosphere instantly. Excitement curdled into dread. Even students who had treated the tournament as spectacle began glancing at the looming green walls with the awe reserved for large things designed to test smaller ones. Harry walked the perimeter once before the task, and felt the enchantments woven through the hedges like a living web. Confusion charms, directional distortions, creature signatures tucked into turns and dead ends, a magical landscape intended to make intent lose itself. He also felt something else, faint and ugly, threaded beneath the official design, preparation from elsewhere, not enough to identify. Enough to deepen the warning. Before the champions entered, Moody clapped him on the shoulder and muttered, "Play to your strengths, Potter. Don't let the maze make you react slower than you think." Harry looked up sharply. Moody's magical eye rolled away as though the remark meant nothing. But it landed too close to the truth to feel accidental. The whistle blew. Harry entered the maze. At once the noise of the crowd dropped away and the world simplified. Green walls, shaded earth, magical pressure from all directions. The hedges breathed old summer heat and enchantment. Harry moved carefully at first, wand out, letting the altered perception he had spent a year refining map the maze ahead of his ordinary sight. It worked, not perfectly. The maze bent lines, obscured distance, disguised creature-laid ambushes with elegant malice, but better than walking blind. Harry could feel where magic thickened into traps. He avoided one cursed patch of ground entirely because it felt wrong in the same way the goblet's coercion had felt, not natural to the maze's intended logic. He sidestepped a blast-ended scroot before seeing it because its violent, stitched-together aura flared hot behind the hedge. He heard Crumb's footsteps once nearby, then the abrupt change in his magical signature that suggested he had been hit by something hostile or had turned hostile himself. He found Cedric at a fork lit by wandlight and heavy breathing. For a split second, they faced each other as competitors ought to, wands half-raised, each measuring the other's readiness. Then Harry felt the maze ahead split into 3 bad options and 1 survivable one, all of them easier with another competent person beside him. "We go together," he said. Cedric blinked. "What?" "To the center," Harry said. "If one of us gets there clean first, fine. But this place is trying too hard." Cedric, to his credit, only hesitated a second. Then he nodded. "All right." It was the fairest possible decision and therefore the one least likely to occur to organizers, gamblers, and dark plotters alike. They moved as a pair. Cedric was strong where Harry was strange. Steady, skilled, fast to understand instructions without needing them repeated. Harry, in return, chose their route not by map but by feel. Twice Cedric trusted him to turn away from openings that looked easier. Once Harry trusted Cedric to blast through Devil's Snare before it could decide whether they were prey or fertilizer. By the time they saw the Triwizard Cup gleaming ahead in a small clearing, both of them were breathing hard and moving on the last bright edge of competitive adrenaline. Cedric gave a short, incredulous laugh. "You really can feel where it's wrong, can't you?" Harry glanced at him. "Sort of. Useful." Before Harry could answer, they saw the cup. It sat untouched in the center of the clearing, silver-blue under starlight, looking absurdly innocent after the maze. They stopped. Then, almost at the same time, they said, "Take it together," Cedric smiled. "Wouldn't be right otherwise." Harry's instincts prickled, not enough to refuse, enough to remember later that they had arrived at the center too early for whoever had planned the night. They reached out. Their hands closed on the handles. The world yanked. The portkey landing was brutal. Harry hit wet ground on one knee and knew before he looked that the place was wrong. Not maze wrong, not tournament wrong, graveyard wrong, old earth and stone and yew trees. The air carried rot, ritual, and a pressure so deadened it made the scar on his forehead throb in immediate answer. Cedric groaned beside him. "What?" A voice from the darkness hissed, "Kill the spare!" But the order came a heartbeat too late, because the preparation was incomplete. Pettigrew, thin, trembling, one silver hand and one rotten soul, burst from behind a headstone with the bundle in his arms and murder in his mouth, but something in the clearing's geometry had not fully settled. The cauldron still boiled, yes. Bone had been taken, flesh given. But the ritual field had not yet tightened cleanly. Harry and Cedric had reached the graveyard faster than scheduled. Pettigrew's panic showed it. The curse he threw at Cedric was not the killing curse, not because mercy existed in him, because urgency had outrun precision. Red light smashed into Cedric's chest and hurled him sideways into a grave marker hard enough to knock the air from him and leave him crumpled, stunned but living. Harry had time for one shocked relief before ropes whipped around him from the earth itself. He hit the base of the marble tombstone with his arms pinned. The bundle in Pettigrew's hands writhed and hissed. The baby thing that was not a baby turned its face toward Harry, and the scar burst with pain so violent his vision went white. Voldemort, not whole, not yet, but present. Pettigrew dragged the thing to the cauldron. The ritual proceeded anyway, bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy. Wormtail came for Harry with the knife. The cut opened along Harry's arm sharp and fast. Blood spilled dark in the graveyard moonlight. And the instant it did, the tenebrous hawk's magic moved with it. Harry felt it happen, not consciously at first, more like the sensation of an old hidden current suddenly finding a new channel. His blood no longer held only human life, sacrificial magic, and Horcrux contamination. It carried the liminal pattern too. The threshold presence awakened in the chamber, trained in secret, integrated through use and survival. Pettigrew took the blood and did not understand what else he carried. He poured it into the cauldron. The water became fire. The body that rose from it did not rise cleanly. Voldemort emerged tall, pale, reborn, and screaming. Not with weakness, not with infant fragility, with fury and agony together. The new body convulsed as though the blood under its skin had turned into liquid knives. He clutched at his own chest. The red eyes went wide. Something in the veins of his forearms blackened for an instant, shadow patterns flashing under new flesh before fading. The Death Eaters, gathering at the clearing's edges under summoned masks and fear, hesitated. Pettigrew dropped to his knees in terror. My lord! My lord!" Voldemort steadied by force. His first breath in the body came ragged. His second came murderous. Harry felt the connection between them change in that moment. For years, the Horcrux fragment in him had been an unnoticed splinter, passive except under stress. Now, with Voldemort rebuilt from Harry's blood, the link flared and then twisted. Not harmony, not even mere pain. Rejection. The tenebrous hawk's liminal structure had ridden the blood into the ritual, and now sat inside Voldemort's new flesh like a burn his magic did not know how to absorb. The Dark Lord looked at Harry, and for the first time since Godric's Hollow, Harry saw real uncertainty in him. Not much. Enough. Then Voldemort mastered himself, because mastery was what he had built his soul around. He summoned his Death Eaters. They came, kneeling in a widening ring. Their fear stank through the graveyard. Names passed, Malfoy, not Crabbe, others Harry barely heard through the scar's pulse and the rush of his own blood. Cedric moved only a little, a breath. A flinch behind the grave marker where he had fallen. Harry saw it, apparently so did Voldemort, still alive. He said softly, turning his head, "How untidy!" Pettigrew began to rise. Harry acted first, not through strength. He was bound, bleeding, 15, and facing a circle of killers, but through pressure. He pushed with the same hard instinct he had used on Peter in the Shrieking Shack. Only this time through distance and exhaustion and raw need. The force that went out from him was weaker than it had been then, but still enough to stall Pettigrew half a step, enough to make the Death Eaters glance around in sharp confusion. Cedric rolled. A curse meant for him hit the grave instead. Stone exploded. "Interesting," Voldemort murmured. Then he cut Harry free. He wanted the duel, of course he did. The clearing became stage and witness chamber both. Voldemort circled, speaking of blood, power, their connection, his triumph. Harry barely listened. His wand hand was slick. His arm throbbed where the blood had been taken. Cedric, still alive somewhere beyond his shoulder, was struggling to stand without drawing full attention. The Death Eaters formed a ring that stank of awe and fear and old obedience. Harry's wand magic, measured coldly, was not enough. He knew that. The first exchanges proved it. Harry dodged, blocked, endured. Voldemort toyed and struck. Spells carved earth, snapped stone, slashed robes. Harry's shoulder went numb from a near miss. His own returned curses and jinxes were schoolboy work against a master grown out of murder and will. Then Voldemort cast the killing curse. Harry answered with Expelliarmus because he had no better option. The wand beams met. Priori Incantatem burst between them like a new star. The connection locked. Time staggered. Harry felt not only wand magic running between them now, but blood memory, Horcrux pain, and the fresh wrongness inside Voldemort's new body. The golden thread between the wands vibrated with more than spellwork. Through it, Harry could feel the burn his own blood had left in Voldemort. Feel the Dark Lord trying to force command over a body that had been born already wounded by liminal magic. The ghosts began to emerge. Cedric's would have, in another world, been among them because Pettigrew would have killed him the moment they landed. In this one, he lived. And because he lived, something stranger happened. Harry, in the distorted perception opened by Priori Incantatem, saw not Cedric's ghost, but the shape of the death that had almost taken him. A pale afterimage standing just behind the living boy's staggering body, as though the graveyard itself had prepared an echo and been denied. The near ghost flickered once and vanished. Cedric, still breathing, used the moment to crawl farther toward the cup. Around that impossible almost echo came the true shades. Bertha Jorkins, Frank Bryce, Harry's parents. The dead called backward through Voldemort's wand, speaking in urgent fragments, buying seconds. Seconds were all Harry needed. He did not try to overpower Voldemort's wand. He pushed something else through the connection: territory. The instinctive claim of the tenebrous hawk, externalized through the most intimate magical line possible. Not a spell. A refusal. A pressure that said, "You are in contested ground, you do not own what you thought you owned, even here." It hit Voldemort through blood, wand, and Horcrux spath simultaneously. The Dark Lord's concentration fractured. For one raw, impossible instant his face lost all human structure and became what terror looked like when directed inward. The shadow burn under his new skin flashed again, dark lines racing along his throat and arms. He screamed, not from pain alone this time, but from a psychic recognition he could not name. Something in Harry had touched back. The shadows in the graveyard answered, not allied, not sentient in any simple way, but the night itself seemed to tilt toward the hawk pressure rather than away from it. The yews, the graves, the dark between the headstones all leaned into the disruption as though thresholds recognized their own. Harry's left arm tore open under the stress. Not the blood-drawn cut, a deeper ripping under the skin where partial transformation forced itself through muscle too violently to remain hidden. Feathers punched briefly through torn sleeve and flesh-dark bruising. His fingers hooked. His vision flared gold. Death Eaters shouted. Several of them saw, so did Voldemort. That mattered. Harry broke the connection at last with a desperate wrench, stumbled sideways, and screamed, "Cedric!" The cup! Cedric was already moving, pale, bleeding from the head, dazed beyond reason, but moving. Harry hit 2 Death Eaters with blind, panic-driven jinxes, and one with a burst of pressure that sent him to his knees, clutching his chest in animal terror. Cedric lurched into the clearing proper, saw Harry's altered arm for one horrified fraction, and understood none of it except urgency. Together they reached the cup. A curse hit the ground where Cedric's hand had been a second earlier. Another sheared the top off a grave. Voldemort shouted, "No!" Harry grabbed the handle with his good hand. Cedric caught the other. The portkey yanked. They crashed back onto the Hogwarts grass in a heap of mud, blood, and breath. Cedric was alive. That fact changed the shape of everything instantly. No stunned silence of shared horror around a dead body. No single witness carrying impossible news alone. Cedric rolled over coughing and shouting, "He's back! Voldemort's back!" The maze walls still loomed around them. The crowd beyond had not yet understood what the sight meant. Then they did, or enough of them did, and panic began spreading in widening circles. Harry tried to stand and failed on the first attempt. The world was going gray around the edges. He was vaguely aware of figures running toward them, judges, teachers, screams, students rising in the stands. Cedric reached for him blindly, not to steady but to confirm reality. Harry gripped back for 1 second, then Moody was there, too fast, too eager. His hand closed hard around Harry's shoulder. "Come with me, Potter." The wrongness in him blazed, not subtle now, not the slow churn of a man held together by periodic disguise. The magical layers were fraying under excitement and strain, the flask-mended outline wobbling at the edges. Harry, half delirious with pain, still knew with perfect certainty that Moody did not want him safe. He wanted him alone. "No," Harry said. It came out as almost a hiss. Moody's magical eye snapped down to Harry's torn sleeve where dark bruising and the first signs of feather patterning showed beneath blood. That gave him away more completely than anything else. Dumbledore arrived the next second, not running. Dumbledore did not run. He crossed space with such concentrated purpose that motion became irrelevant. McGonagall was with him, white with fear. Snape not far behind. The instant the headmaster's gaze touched Moody and then Harry, the air in the center of the grounds changed. "Alastair," Dumbledore said softly. Moody did the worst possible thing. He tightened his grip. Teachers moved. Spells flashed. Cedric shouted something. Harry only half saw the struggle that followed because pain and adrenaline had finally overdrawn his body's credit. He remembered Moody's face twisting with real panic. He remembered the flask falling and bouncing once on the grass. He remembered Dumbledore's voice, suddenly not soft at all. Then the hospital wing ceiling replaced the night. He woke to voices beyond the curtains. Cedric's, hoarse but alive. Mr. Diggory crying openly somewhere nearby. Hermione crying too, which meant Ron must be with her because she only lost control like that where Ron's presence made emotional collapse seem temporarily permissible. And beneath those familiar human sounds, the bright hard note of emergency. Faculty moving quickly, the castle itself tense around bad news, the undeniable living fact of Voldemort returned. Harry tried to move his left arm and pain shot up to his shoulder. He looked down. The sleeve had been cut away. Dark bruising spread from wrist to elbow in branching feather-like arcs, the flesh beneath mottled as though something had tried to emerge from the inside and been forced back too fast. Madame Pomfrey had cleaned and bandaged the worst of the skin tears, but no potion could make the pattern ordinary. A shadow fell across the bed. Dumbledore stood there, not the public headmaster now, not the strategist holding a school together through scandal. Just an old wizard who looked more tired than Harry had ever seen him, and not remotely surprised by the shape of the bruising. For a moment he said nothing. His eyes moved from the torn skin to Harry's face, taking in the exhaustion, the half-healed terror, the residue of graveyard magic that still clung to him like ash. "Cedric lives," Dumbledore said first. Harry let out a breath that hurt. "Good, Professor Moody," Dumbledore continued. "Was not Professor Moody." Harry closed his eyes briefly. "I know." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I imagine you do." There was no rebuke in it that almost made it worse. Harry opened his eyes again. Dumbledore was still looking at the arm, at the bruising, at the evidence of a year's worth of unsaid truths erupting under sufficient pressure. When he spoke next, his voice was very quiet. "I think," he said, "it is time we had a complete conversation, Harry." Chapter 8. The power he knows not. The complete conversation happened 3 nights after the graveyard. Madame Pomfrey had finally stopped trying to force Harry to sleep every 2 hours. Cedric had been sent home alive and shaken and famous in a way he had never wanted. Moody had been unmade in the office above them and revealed as Barty Crouch Jr., pale with fanaticism and still stinking in Harry's senses of potion and false skin. Voldemort's return had moved from impossible truth to quiet internal certainty among the adults who mattered. And Dumbledore came to Harry after midnight, not as headmaster this time, but as the only person in the castle old enough and powerful enough to hear everything that had happened and know what it meant. He closed the hospital wing curtains himself. Then he sat down beside Harry's bed and said, "Now." Harry had expected questions. He had not expected the relief of being allowed to stop managing the truth, so he told him. He started in the chamber because there was nowhere else to begin. The fang, the venom, the feeling of something inside him trying to feed on the dying parts. The third thing waking. The transformation that had not destroyed the Horcrux, but spread it thinner and wider through his magical core. He told Dumbledore about the silence that followed it, the way the secret itself refused speech, about the summer at Privet Drive, the feathering under the skin, the altered sight, Hedwig's calm recognition, the train and the Dementor's hesitation, Lupin, Scabbers, the night in the shrieking shack, the pressure magic that pinned Peter to the floor, the Patronus, the graveyard, Voldemort's pain when Harry's blood entered the ritual, the thing Harry had pushed through the priori incantatum connection that was not a spell, and not quite instinct anymore either. He told him about Moody too, about noticing and not speaking. That part was hardest, not because Dumbledore would be angry, because Harry had to hear himself say aloud the shape of the person he had already begun to become. Someone who observed, understood, and then chose silence strategically. Dumbledore did not interrupt once. He listened with both hands folded over his wand and the stillest face Harry had ever seen on him. Not neutral, not blank, just very, very focused. Once, when Harry described the moment in the chamber when the Horcrux had tried to survive by feeding on him, Dumbledore shut his eyes for the span of a single breath. Once, when Harry admitted he had known Moody was wrong for months and said nothing, the headmaster's fingers tightened fractionally on the wand. But he did not speak. Harry finished with the graveyard. The hospital wing was silent, except for the clock behind the screens, and the occasional turn of a sleeping student farther down the ward. Dumbledore sat without moving for so long that Harry finally wondered whether he had said too much or not enough. Then the old wizard looked at him and said, very quietly, "The prophecy says the power he knows not." Harry blinked. Dumbledore's gaze drifted not to Harry's face, but to the bruised arm atop the blankets, where the dark feather branching still shadowed the skin under healing charms. "I had assumed," Dumbledore said, "that it meant love." The word landed strangely after everything Harry had just confessed. Dumbledore went on. "I may have been wrong, or perhaps I was not entirely wrong, and love is merely the root of what you have become." Harry did not know how to answer that. He was not sure he liked the phrase, "what you have become," even though it was accurate. Dumbledore leaned back, and when he spoke again, there was an unusual degree of naked truth in him, as if Harry's competence had forced honesty to the surface. "You are," he said, "by every surviving definition I possess, a tenebrous animagus." The phrase settled into the room with terrible calm. "The first confirmed case," Dumbledore added, "in at least 4 centuries. Harry stared at him. Dumbledore's mouth twitched once without humor. "I imagine that is not the sort of distinction one finds comforting." "No," Harry said. "No," Dumbledore agreed. He stood and moved to the window, hands clasped behind his back, black night framing his silhouette. "The older texts are sparse, contradictory, and very nearly unusable in places. But what they agree on with uncomfortable consistency. Threshold forms of this kind are not chosen, they are answered. They emerge when certain kinds of magic, temperament, and mortal extremity intersect under pressure no civilized scholar would ethically reproduce." Harry gave a small, mirthless laugh. "That sounds about right." Dumbledore turned half back toward him. "There is more." Of course there was. "The soul fragment within you," Dumbledore said, and Harry went completely still, "was altered by the chamber transformation, not removed, not healed." "Diffused." Harry stared. "The thing in my scar." "Yes." Dumbledore did not soften it. "A fragment of Lord Voldemort's soul attached itself to you the night he failed to kill you. I have suspected this for some time. After the chamber, I became nearly certain. After the graveyard, certainty is no longer optional." The hospital wing seemed to drop away around Harry, a soul fragment, not metaphor, not curse residue, not something awake in the scar. A soul, Voldemort's, inside him. Harry swallowed, but his throat worked badly. And the chamber made it worse. Dumbledore was silent long enough that Harry recognized kindness attempting not to lie. In some ways, the headmaster said at last, better. In some ways worse. Before, the fragment was concentrated, fixed in one seat, so to speak, easier to identify. Easier, perhaps, to destroy cleanly. Now it is weaker in any one place but distributed through the architecture of your magic. Harry looked down at his hands. They were steady. He did not feel steady. "So I've got Voldemort all through me now," he said flatly. Dumbledore did not flinch from the ugliness of it. Less than before in density, more than before in reach. Harry let out a breath through his nose. "That's not helpful." "No," Dumbledore said. "It is merely true." The next question hurt before he asked it. "Can it be removed?" Dumbledore turned fully then, blue eyes tired and unguarded and infinitely older than his twinkling public self ever suggested. "Ultimately," he said, "yes." Harry waited, but not without cost, of course. "The fragment must be destroyed," Dumbledore said. "And because it is attached to you through a part of your magical life, that destruction will require a kind of sacrifice." Harry's voice came out calmer than he felt. "I have to die." Dumbledore's silence confirmed too much. Then, "You may have to die in some way, Harry, but perhaps not the way I once feared." He crossed back to the bedside. "Your altered state changes the equation. The Horcrux is less anchored and more vulnerable to attack that does not perfectly destroy the vessel containing it. I will not promise survival. I will tell you only this. The path before you is no longer the exact path I had dreaded." That was not comfort either. But it was, Harry thought later, the first time in his life Dumbledore had trusted him with the whole shape of his own danger. The headmaster sat down again. "There is one further truth you must hear now, unpleasant though it is." Harry nearly laughed. "You're doing wonderfully so far." A flicker of fondness touched Dumbledore's face and vanished. "Your instinct toward secrecy," he said, "has protected you." Harry looked away. "It has also isolated you. And it has begun, in at least one case, to persuade you that strategic silence is always wisdom." "Moody." Harry said nothing. Dumbledore did not press harder than that. "The line between discernment and arrogance is very thin when one begins to know what others do not. You must learn to walk it consciously, not by creature instinct alone." Harry hated how true that was. After a long pause he asked, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" The question had waited years to exist. Dumbledore took it without defense. "Because I was trying to protect what remained of your childhood." Harry almost snapped back that his childhood had not survived Godric's Hollow or Privet Drive or the Chamber. But the words died because Dumbledore looked so honestly grieved by the answer he had to give. And because, the old wizard continued, "I hoped I might still solve enough without placing the full burden on you." Harry looked at him for a long time. Then, because all the easy resentments had been burned out of him by larger fires, he asked only, "Are you going to let me help now?" Dumbledore's face changed. Not surprise, decision. "Yes," he said, and the war changed shape. Year 5 did not make Harry softer, it made him useful. Umbridge still came. The Ministry still invaded Hogwarts in pink wool, false smiles, and bureaucratic malice. She still made quills bite and rules multiply and truth become punishable by procedure. Dumbledore still let the school absorb more of that poison than Harry, Ron, or Hermione could understand at the time. But Harry was no longer merely a student resisting corruption on instinct and principle. He had become, quietly, one of the Order's strangest assets. It began in rooms. Dumbledore would ask him to sit in on conversations under one excuse or another. A visiting ministry official, a shopkeeper with information, a witch claiming her son had been Imperiused, a man from St. Mungo's who had seen something odd near a warehouse raid. Harry would sit, apparently silent and young and unremarkable beside the headmaster's desk, while tea cooled and people lied or told the truth or hid fragments of both. Within minutes, Harry could usually tell what kind of room it was. Dark magic clung to people differently from ordinary wrongdoing. Imperius left a washed, thin place in the will, a kind of healed-over bruise where choice had been temporarily hollowed out. Repeated concealment had its own texture. Fanaticism its own heat. Fear, if it was only fear, Harry had long since learned not to mistake for guilt. At first, Dumbledore tested him afterward. "What did you notice?" Harry would answer carefully. By Christmas, the testing stopped. The headmaster trusted the readings even when he asked no questions aloud. The Order did not know the full extent of what Harry was, but enough of them knew something. Kingsley watched Harry the way good Aurors watched hidden tools, appreciative, cautious, unwilling to pry. Tonks thought it was brilliantly creepy, and then apologized with such earnest embarrassment that Harry almost laughed. Molly Weasley disliked every part of it because it pushed Harry farther from the category of child she wanted desperately to preserve for him. Snape hated it, not publicly, not theatrically. He simply recognized with immediate and acid clarity that Harry was reading him in ways occlumency could not prevent. Legilimency Snape could block, punish, or shame. It was a discipline. It had rules. The thing Harry did had none Snape could access. Harry could walk into a room and feel the old grief banked under Snape's temper, the perpetual discipline wrapped around guilt, the double life strain wound so tight it almost sang, and there was nothing Snape could do about being legible on that level except leave, which he often did. Their occlumency lessons, when Dumbledore insisted on them later that year, were no less miserable than they were in canon. But they were different. Harry still hated Snape's invasions. Snape still hated Harry's existence with the complexity of a man who cannot decide whether resemblance is insult or punishment. Yet the lessons now carried an undercurrent both of them recognized. Harry was learning not merely to wall his mind from Voldemort, but to choose which instincts inside him got to speak first. That mattered. So did Sirius. Sirius survived year 5, because Harry knew the vision was false the instant he saw it. The snake vision had taught him something about Voldemort's symbolic language long before the Department of Mysteries night arrived. When he saw Sirius in pain in that dark ministry room, the image came with all the old urgency, but the wrongness in it was immediate. Not because Harry didn't love Sirius enough to panic, because he loved him enough to know the emotional residue in the vision didn't fit. It was arranged, pressed, lured, trap. Harry rose from the common room floor shaking anyway. Hermione caught it first. "What is it?" Harry looked at her, then at Ron, Ginny, Luna, Neville, all of them too young and too ready and loyal enough to follow him into catastrophe. The easiest thing would have been to say it was false and sit down, but false did not mean safe. If Voldemort had laid a trap in the Department of Mysteries, the trap itself mattered. The prophecy mattered. The Death Eaters waiting there mattered. Ignoring it entirely would not make it less real. "It's a trap," Harry said, "and we're going." That changed everything, because they went prepared, not well enough to avoid the battle altogether. They were still children walking into adult violence, but not blind. Hermione forced them to stop at Grimmauld Place first through the Flu network. Creature's evasions confirmed enough. Sirius was not there, but the lie around the absence had structure. The Order was warned before Harry even reached the Ministry. Snape, hearing Harry's message, understood at once that this was not adolescent impulsiveness, but tactical response. The Death Eaters in the Hall of Prophecy met not a desperate boy stumbling toward bait, but a Harry already standing in the shape of expectation. He moved differently in the Ministry than in canon. Less shouting, more reading. The oratraces in those black-robed bodies lit the room like a field of drawn knives. Some had imperious scars. Some did not. Bellatrix burned like elegant madness given human form. Lucius Malfoy felt cold and polished and brittle with concealed panic beneath the aristocratic contempt. And Sirius still came, because he was Sirius Black, and once he learned there was a fight Harry had knowingly walked into, he did not stay behind. He was furious from the moment he arrived. Not because Harry had been fooled, he had not. Because Harry had recognized a trap and stepped into it anyway with his friends. They shouted at each other in the middle of combat, which felt absurdly fitting. "Are you insane?" Sirius barked, hurling a curse that shattered a shelf of prophecies beside a masked attacker. It was the right call. Harry snapped back, ducking a spell and sending a burst of pressure through another Death Eater hard enough to break his stance. "You are 15. You did the same thing at 21? Sirius actually laughed, which was so wildly inappropriate in the middle of the Department of Mysteries that it almost got him killed. Almost. Bellatrix's curse still came for him across the Veil room, bright and lethal and aimed with ecstatic skill. But Harry saw it before the trajectory was visible and shouted in time. Sirius twisted. The spell tore across his side instead of his chest and sent him crashing into the dais rather than through the veil. He lived. The aftermath was not relief so much as delayed terror. Sirius survived because Harry had known enough to call trap before panic. Harry carried that knowledge with pride and with unease, because once again he had chosen cold reading over youthful impulse and been right. And each time he was right that way, the hawk instinct in him grew easier in its certainty that hesitation belonged to people who died. Sirius, patched and furious at Grimmauld Place days later, told him exactly what he thought. "You do not get to make a habit of being strategically suicidal," he said from the sofa, one side of his shirt still dark where magical healing had not fully finished. "I've spent too long getting back into your life to watch you start sounding like a cross between Dumbledore and a war manual." Harry, exhausted beyond patience, had the honesty to answer, "Someone has to think that way." Sirius looked at him for a long time, then quieter. "Not alone." That was the real argument between them for years afterward, not recklessness versus caution, solitary strategy versus shared burden. Year 6 turned honesty into a blade. Dumbledore involved Harry openly now in matters that once would have been hidden. Not everything. Dumbledore remained himself, but enough. Horcruxes entered the conversation as a name rather than a secret dread. The headmaster showed Harry memories, taught him the structure of Voldemort's life. Let him bring the hawk sense to bear on objects and places as they began tracing the scattered fragments. This accelerated everything. Harry could feel Horcruxes, not from across continents, not by convenient miracle. But once near enough, the wrongness was unmistakable. Human magic layered over something torn and screaming, a pressure like a permanent wound pretending to be an object. The diary had been his first lesson, though he had not known it. The locket and ring and cup all carried variations of the same soul-tier signature, different in personality, identical in principle. Hermione became indispensable at once, not because Harry's gift replaced research, but because it demanded it. She built the framework. Ron kept them from becoming inhuman with practicality, appetite, and the constant reminder that not every problem improved when glared at until mystical patterns appeared. Snape's story moved differently too. The old enmity between him and Harry never vanished. But something in Harry's new perception, sharpened by war and age, made one confrontation unavoidable. It happened late one evening after an occlumency lesson gone badly. Snape had been cruel. Harry had been defensive. They stood in the half-dark of the office, shelves glinting behind them, both raw and angry in ways too old to be entirely personal. Then Snape said something about arrogance. James again, always James, the accusation ready-made and bitter. And Harry, tired beyond diplomacy, looked directly at him and said, without heat, "You're grieving something private. You've been grieving it for a very long time, and you hate me more when I remind you that you can't stop." The silence that followed was total. Snape's face changed. Only for a second. Less than a second. But Harry saw it all. Composure breaking, old wound exposed, a grief so ancient and carefully organized that being named at all was nearly a physical blow. He did not say Lily. He did not know enough yet to say Lily, but it was enough. Snape recovered almost instantly, of course. He was Severus Snape. Yet from that night onward, the relationship altered, not warm, never warm, honest. Snape stopped treating Harry as though he were merely James's echo, and began, with bad grace and visible resentment, to treat him as a dangerous intelligence in his own right. Harry, in return, stopped wasting energy trying to bait from Snape the kindness that did not exist in him, and accepted the harsher, stranger fact that the man's loyalty had roots deeper than personal likability. By the time Dumbledore died, Harry grieved him with more anger and less confusion than canon had allowed, because Dumbledore had told him enough that the betrayal felt precise, and because Harry's senses on the astronomy tower read Snape in that moment with unbearable clarity. Duty, grief, revulsion, iron control, necessity. Not innocence. Not cruelty for cruelty's sake, something much more complicated and therefore much harder to forgive quickly. He did not forgive quickly. He understood, and understanding was sometimes worse. The Horcrux hunt in Year 7 was still brutal. This story does not lie about that. They still ran. Hid, went hungry, slept badly, snapped at one another. Failed, regrouped, misjudged, got lucky, bled, and kept going because the alternative was surrendering the world to a man who had carved himself into artifacts and expected history to call it genius. But they did not wander as long. Harry's aura reading cut months off the search. The locket announced itself from the room below rather than requiring accident. The cup in Gringotts radiated wrongness so violently he nearly blacked out from the pressure when they got near the Lestrange vault. The diadem in Hogwarts hid well, but not well enough against someone who had spent years learning the specific feel of soul-torn magic layered over ordinary enchantment. Hermione, Ron, and Harry became frighteningly efficient in combination. Hermione built the plans. Ron read the human side of logistics better than either of them admitted often enough. Harry found what the world wanted hidden. The sword still mattered. Basilisk venom still mattered. Courage still mattered. None of the old truths became false just because the work got sharper. Loss came anyway. Fred died. Lupin and Tonks died. Colin died. Others too, some named, some not, which was its own cruelty. Harry did not save everyone. The Hawk instinct could read threats and hidden intentions and soul wounds in objects, but war remained larger than any one person's precision. He carried that grief with the unbearable acuity of someone who saw too much to pretend helplessness and not enough to truly stop the flood. That was the real cost Dumbledore had named years earlier. Knowing too much, too early, about things that could not be unseen. The forest waited. Some moments in a life are so inevitable that when they arrive, surprise would be insulting. Harry walked into the forbidden forest beneath an exhausted sky carrying the resurrection stone and the knowledge Dumbledore had prepared him for. The fragment in him had to die. Voldemort himself had, through all his manipulations and mistakes, finally arranged the conditions for it. All Harry had to do was surrender. The Hawk in him did not love surrender, but it understood sacrifice differently than a human boy might have. Not as passive yielding, as a chosen crossing. He met Voldemort in the forest clearing and did not beg, did not preach, did not stall. The Death Eaters ringed the place in black attention. The Dark Lord raised the wand. The world held still. The killing curse struck. Harry fell and did not go to King's Cross. The place he reached was darker than that and far older. He stood, if standing was the word, in his tenebrous hawk form on a plain with no horizon. No sky overhead. No ground beneath, not truly. Only an endless threshold space of dim, moving shadow where distance existed without geometry. His wings were whole. His eyes saw without light. The air, if air there was, carried the feel of endings deciding whether to become beginnings. And there, small in the dark, was the fragment, not Voldemort in full, not the snake-faced tyrant of his own self-making. A shrunken, twisted soul piece wearing fear like skin. Yet for the first time Harry could see what it had once been aimed toward before it broke itself. A 17-year-old boy who had made one unforgivable choice and then built an empire out of refusing to stop making it. The fragment looked at Harry and trembled. It was ugly. Mangled. Less a child than a possibility ruined beyond restoration. Harry felt no pity, not because pity was impossible, because something older than pity existed here. Recognition without mercy. The gaze a predator turns on a wounded thing not because it hates it, but because it sees clearly whether it can continue. This could not continue. The fragment made a small, desperate sound. Harry folded his wings once around the space between them and let it go. No killing blow. No symbolic tearing. Simply release, the threshold denying it passage back into him, back into life, back into the architecture it had infected for so long. The fragment unmade itself in silence. When it was gone, the plane altered, not brightened. Opened, and Harry understood he could go back. So he did. He returned to pain, breath, and Narcissa Malfoy's lie saving the world. He returned to Hagrid carrying him. He returned to the castle burning with the final hours of battle. He returned with the hawk in him quieter than ever before, not because it had weakened, but because the last foreign thing in its territory was gone. By the time Harry walked into the great hall for the final confrontation, he was not brave in the ordinary sense. He was beyond fear, not numb, not reckless, not pretending, biologically, spiritually, structurally beyond the predator-prey terror Voldemort expected to smell in everyone who stood before him. The tenebrous hawk did not experience confrontation with a rival apex threat as panic. It experienced it as engagement. Voldemort felt that absence instantly. It made him worse at being himself. The great hall had become ruin and witness chamber together. Survivors lined the edges. The dead lay too near. Ron and Hermione stood not far behind Harry, wrecked and refusing to move. Snape's truth had already been seen. Neville had already struck one impossible blow. Everything extraneous had burned away. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand. Harry looked at him, not as martyr, not as chosen one, not as frightened boy performing courage for others' sake. He looked at him the way the hawk looked at a smaller hawk, trying too hard to be larger than its own bones. And something in Voldemort's magic stuttered, because so much of him had always relied on the field of fear around him. The anticipatory surrender. The shrinking in others that made his power feel inevitable. Faced with someone who did not biologically offer that tribute, his spells did not land inside the same emotional architecture. Harry said no grand speech, no lecture about love, no public philosophy. He said simply, "I know what you are. I know what's left of you. It's less than you think." That was enough. Voldemort cast the killing curse. Harry answered. What precisely happened at the point of collision became argument for historians, curse-breakers, ministry archivists, and one extremely overcommitted future paper by Hermione Granger. Wandlore played its part. Sacrifice played its part. The Elder Wand's divided loyalty mattered. So did the destruction of the fragment in Harry. So did the hawk's fearlessness. So did the fact that Voldemort's resurrected body had never truly absorbed the liminal burn Harry's blood had left in it years earlier. But at the deepest level, the magic broke because a man who had built his power on others' fear found himself trying to dominate someone who no longer met him as victim at all. The curse rebounded. Voldemort died, not exploding, not theatrically, simply undone at the center where he had made himself too small through division and called it invincibility. The body hit the floor like an ordinary dead man, and the war ended. The aftermath did not behave like triumph. The great hall filled with crying, bandages, the half-hysterical practicalities of the living, and the unbearable stillness of the dead. Fred lay among them, Lupin and Tonks too. Harry stood in the center of that room with victory moving around him like weather and could not make himself feel clean enough to deserve it. Too many people hugged him. Too many thanked him. He accepted all of it because refusing comfort from the grieving is its own kind of arrogance. But inwardly, the hawk sense kept registering absences as if the world had lost structural beams. Fred's laugh gone from the air. Lupin's layered wildness nowhere in the castle anymore. Tonk's bright shifting energy absent. Those losses had weight. Sirius survived to witness the end. That alone rewrote the emotional architecture of the aftermath. He arrived in the great hall after the final curse with blood on his sleeve again. There was always blood on Sirius by the end of important nights, and crossed the ruined floor toward Harry with a face stripped clean of every pose he had ever worn. He looked old, proud, furious at the world for nearly taking Harry 100 times over, and more grateful than language made easy for him. He did not embrace Harry in front of everyone. That was not how either of them worked. But later, when the first chaos had thinned and dawn had begun threading pale gold through the broken edges of the windows, they sat together on the front steps of Hogwarts, while the survivors inside kept sorting the living from the dead. Harry was too tired to hold himself entirely human. The partial transformation came without warning or shame. Feathers ran dark and glossy along his forearms. The architecture of wings pressed outward beneath skin and sleeve, until his arms were no longer merely arms, but something larger waiting just under the threshold of full span. Sirius looked at him, not surprised. He had known for years by then. Known in fragments first, then in proof, then in the ordinary intimacy of a godfather who had watched his boy become both man and legend and something stranger than either. He said nothing. He only put an arm around Harry's shoulders, around what was half his godson and half something magnificent and battle-worn and entirely itself. And they sat that way through the first clear light. The wizarding world never fully agreed on what Harry Potter was. The Daily Prophet speculated with all the subtlety of a dog worrying a bone. Some called him an unusually powerful Animagus. Others insisted no registered classification fit. A few sentimental fools tried to turn him into an omen, a saint, a divine punishment, or proof that the Potter line had secretly bred with arcane raptors for centuries. Hermione nearly hexed a columnist over that one. What the public knew was limited. Harry kept it that way, not from shame now. From proportion. There was no need to make his body a national argument on top of everything else. Hermione, years later, and with Harry's amused, exhausted permission, published a paper that quietly detonated 3 departments of transfiguration theory. It reframed Animagus practice, liminal forms, involuntary thresholds, and the relationship between magical survival reflexes and identity continuity. The footnotes were savage. The appendices caused 2 ministry committees to cease functioning for an entire quarter. Professor McGonagall called it excessively bold in public and sent flowers in private. Ron never stopped being slightly smug that his best friend was, in technical terms, a legendary creature. He treated it the way he treated everything most overwhelming in life, as if affection made it normal and normality made it manageable. It helped more than Harry ever said. On his 18th birthday, Harry registered his form with the ministry. The office handling the paperwork had no category for what he was, which delighted him more than it should have. The clerks tried 3 times to put him under avian predator, once under exceptional shadow variant, and once under non-standard defensive transformation strain, before finally escalating to a department head whose expression suggested she had not expected to spend Tuesday morning inventing taxonomy. The final registry entry read, Animagus form, tenebrous hawk wingspan, approximately 9 feet eyes, gold plumage, dark notes, see attached supplemental file classification. Unprecedented, Harry signed the parchment and watched the ink take. That should have felt like an ending. It did not. It felt like naming something that had stopped being war-shaped enough to belong fully to life. Years later, he would still wake before dawn sometimes and go to high windows. He would still read rooms too quickly and know when lies entered them. He would still carry grief with the precision of someone who could track its aura across decades. He would still, in moments of danger, feel the old cold engagement settle over him before fear had time to form. But none of that divided him the way it once had. The shadow side was never the villain of the story. It was the part of Harry that refused to stop existing. And in the end, that refusal saved him, saved others, and carried him all the way through death without surrendering who he had been before the chamber or what he had become inside it. On the first anniversary of the battle, Harry returned to Hogwarts in spring. The grounds were green again. The lake held light rather than war. Students shouted in the distance with the irreverent vitality of the unharmed generations who would never fully understand what had been purchased for them and therefore could live correctly. He stood alone for a while in the morning sun. Then he let the change take him, not by pain, not by desperation, not by survival's violent demand, by choice, bones and breath and magic aligned, wings unfolded. Gold sight opened on the world without tearing him from it. The castle below glowed in ancient layered enchantment. The grounds breathed with memory and renewal together. Somewhere in the distance, a laugh rose, human, ordinary, beloved. Harry looked once toward the horizon. Then he spread his wings in the morning light, and for the first time since the chamber, he felt no edge between what he was and what he'd been born to be.